What? The hell are you talking about? Oh, I didn't understand. The what?
Want to tell me what that was all about? No, I'll be fine. The Castis! You can make this all go away! My name is Lira, and you're... you! You've helped so many people. You're amazing and wonderful and powerful and you're here!
Yippee.
Thank you. That's nice of you. You deserve all the praise and more.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't seem the type, but as the Castis, I have to be sure. They're sure I'm responsible for what happened to that poor family. They said it's like the other murders, but I couldn't live with myself, I swear. Please, please clear my name. Where were you when the family was murdered? Still trying to sleep. Although lately it's been restless, filled with strange dreams. It's always the same one, over and over. Were you alone? Well, yes. I've been so tired lately, I decided to stay in. You said something about other murders. This was the third time. I just don't understand why they blame me. I don't have the stomach to do that. I'll find out what really happened. Just point me in the direction of the attack. Just down the road. Not too far from here. If I were you, I'd hide until I return. Ah, good idea. Thank you. You truly are a great Castis.
They're putting chemicals in the waters that's making boobs bigger. When people, yeah, we'll have some proof when people die from it in 20 years. Then we'll have proof that it takes 20 years to kill, that it takes it 20 years to kill somebody.
Maybe someone around here saw what happened last night. Is this about what happened last night? Everyone's talking about it. And if the Pijastis is here, you must be looking into it. If you saw or heard anything, I need to know. I saw it from the distance. Heard it too. Its howl will never leave my mind.
Oh, this is fucking uncomfortable
Is more like
to wear for long periods of time.
I'll be careful.
Especially that they're degrading.
The thing is like, yeah, sure, you can't prove that drinking this is going to be helpful for you. Well, you don't want to drink it, do you? No, I'm just not thirsty. I just drank like 5 glasses of that before we came out here for this. Because I was like, you won't be able to have me drink.
Oh my god, start with the doodle keys. Just call me Cassange.
The people that were like fighting to let people drink
You mean the
raw
mob
milk, like
harassing that woman?
unpasteurized milk, like people should be able to drink it.
Just call me Cass.
Passed a lot of like, yeah, we can sell raw milk, and so they drank a glass of raw milk to celebrate these 2 people, and it was on video because it was like some news article thing. And then for the next like hour and a half, they were just on the couch being like, oh god, just like so unbelievably sick from drinking the raw milk. They're like, it's just like unbelievably ill. It's just like, why were you fighting so hard for this? But again, being on the side of microplastics, you can't
Yeah.
definitively anything.
Have fun when I prove you wrong, you piece of shit.
It's impossible for science to say what specific effects the plastics have had because all the other stuff. Well, go eat some credit cards for us, Bob. Live on Distractable. I don't have any credit cards with this. I use Apple Wallet. It's all in my phone, and eat your headphones. These are made of metal. Actually, they're very fancy. So they're not. That wouldn't be the same. Oh, this is wow. They look like they're just from plastic. No, metal. There's some graphite or graphene. I forget in there. There's a cool thing. Very fascinating technology. Thanks in large part, or maybe in no small part. Hard to say for sure. But they're not made of plastic like that. And this is cloth. That's not plastic. Right. Yeah. But yeah, as much as I think it's insane, I'm still winning the debate, right? Oh, absolutely. You are actually in the lead. I won't tell you by how much. It's a very close game. So I will take just a few more arguments here. The way that Bob has been sweeping right now, just in the last few minutes of dominating the conversation. I'm so in favor of having better fitting pants. The other things he said, but if you have anything to say, that might be less.
It didn't match the clothes of anyone there.
Yeah.
That's mine.
So those
How did it
whole
get there?
plastics maybe picking up or contain chemicals that are bad for you thing, I'm just going to keep harping that point. I've spent a lot of my life hating cancer and trying to fight cancer, and things that cause cancer seem bad to me. And if microplastics are possibly causing it, I don't feel like there isn't need much more. And even if it's not technically fully proven, it's got a correlation, and that's enough to make me go, I don't think I want any more, thank you. Oh, you want correlation? Everyone who's ever breathed in oxygen has died. Every
Oh,
human
for
who's
fuck's
ever
sake.
breathed in oxygen has died or will die within their lifetime. Some more than others, definitely. Also, I just want to say, during the course of this episode, my opponent is so against microplastics. Howard, why are you drinking a bottle of water made up of microplastics? Well, because I bought it, I don't want to waste it, and even though I've regretted every sip so far, I'm also not the brightest. I live under the do as I say, not as I do mantra, because, well, I'm an idiot. Boom! I won the debate! Yeah, you won the debate. I proved nothing, and have made no case that microplastics are safe or in any way good for anyone. But I won the debate. I don't even remember what he was saying most of the time. On this particular podcast, I feel like that's true. You know something. I would say on almost any podcast where people are debating for spectacle and entertainment purposes, the serious topics such as microplastics or perhaps health topics, important medical things, that winning a debate in that context is almost meaningless as compared to real published scientific research with verifiable and repeatable results. But I won this debate, bitches! To give some credence to you, Bob, I suppose.
It was me. What am I?
I've seen this before. A Minotaur, Cyclops, a Horon. All were humans possessed by powerful issue devices. The only way I could stop them was by killing them.
It's her necklace.
Able to change back. Somehow you're different.
I don't remember coming here. Or why?
If I had to guess, that side of you knew it was caught. Maybe it thought coming out here was the only choice it had.
That side of me. I've had dreams lately of being in a bright room, tied down, pain throughout my body. But now, I think that all really happened. I did kill them then. I don't remember it, but it was me, wasn't it? If you knew you would harm people again, and you could never control yourself, never stop, would you?
Would I what?
Jump?
control of myself and knew I'd never get it back, I'm not sure what I'd do.
I thought so. This is the only way. If I'm to die, I want to be the one to decide when that happens.
You don't need to do this.
The choice was made for me. I can't go on after what I've done, and what I'd likely do again. Thank you for everything.
She didn't deserve this. Whatever was done to her wasn't her fault. Issue technology can and will change whoever isn't strong enough to command it. That explains your own aggression, Layla.
I'm still me. I'm not as weak as you think I am.
Lion?
Someone else is watching the vlog and said they wouldn't watch it.
The scientists were scientists were scientists.
Article, a detailed review study on potential effects of microplastics and additives of concern on human health on the National Library of Medicine website. And ultimately their conclusion is it's not super well known how toxic chemicals desorb onto from microplastics, but there are plausible mechanisms like hydrophobic interactions, pH variation, so on and so forth. So they can't really definitively say how good or bad they are, but they tend to say with the +% food they're probably bad, but there is not exact evidence right now.
No evidence. You heard it from his mouth, folks. I couldn't believe it. Not only did Bob claim the victory, but Wade gave the victory. He surrendered. The microplastics are making my brain work quite right. I can't think of the words. They're very bad for your brain. If you're half a chance, you can't remember the words.
Look, to be honest with you, I'm really tired. I've been moving, and I don't want to think of the topic, so I'm conceding. Conceding!
Hey,
That was it.
word.
That's what I was looking for. And how many points for that? None. All right, well, that concludes the microplastic debate. With a sweeping victory, Bob has launched himself into the stratosphere of victory, riding upon the chemtrails of microplastics, the pure, clean microplastic energy that is exuding from him. Just really launched him into the victory circle. So congratulations, Bob.
I was sure he was going to sweep that away from me somehow.
I was too. I feel like he should have as well. What do you mean? No, microplastics are good, and everyone should eat more.
No, that's not what we
Eat
decided.
your bowl of Plasties every morning with your favorite plastic superhero.
Wait, don't misquote me now. I said you can't prove they're bad.
just because we know anecdotally that they're bad and have a lot of evidence that they're bad does not mean that it's proven. And thus,
It sounds like he's conceding the victory.
no, I'm not conceding anything. There's nothing to worry about, probably, unless you worry about potentially harmful things happening to you. But only idiots worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry, you'll get changed.
Don't worry unless you start having mutations, then you should start to worry.
An IQ that was a positive number that listened to this episode probably will regret it by now.
Aren't all IQ values really absolute anyway? So if you just keep diving negative, eventually you'll come out on top.
Yeah, winner speech.
Well, I'd like to start.
Well, shut up.
I thought you were about to do the head shake.
Yeah, but you had it yourself.
You've been here the whole time. We couldn't have made a handshake yesterday.
Hello.
You got broccoli. Is that what you got? You
Yeah.
got broccoli.
I got broccoli.
Fucking hell.
How's it going?
Yeah, alright.
What you been watching?
The block.
Are you serious? That boring piece of shit.
Cheers, guys.
All right, Wade, loser speech. How do you apologize for all of the microplastics? I guess you can find me being put into a hole with chemical waste and cause but maybe I'll be a microplastic going into your food, water, or nose here soon. Whenever I'm disposed of for trying to protect you all from the harmful effects of microplastics. We'll see you soon. We'll be in you soon. I know. Oh, now you're concerned. Well, just anyway, so thank you everybody so much for watching. If we ever need to make any more disclaimers than we have in this episode, that this is all very serious, and obviously we believe in everything that we've said, 100%. Without question, you can rest assured that whatever the truth is the truth, and we believe in that.
As scientific non-experts, we gave you everything we had in the best and most honest way we could present it.
That's what he said. I brought the title for this episode. We can call this Social Media Facts. No, microplastics are us. And they are. This episode just feels like how information spreads online in 2023. No, this isn't us trying to analyze that at all. What do you mean?
And before an excerpt of this is quoted on some crazy conspiracy podcast with that.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Well, my dad works in microplastics, so therefore what I say is fact.
Dad works in microplastics. He said he has a dad.
Oh! That's a good one. Happy belated Father's Day, everyone. It's like weeks Father's Day. You don't know. Anyway, hope you all have a lovely day out there. You've got more information than you started this episode, and you probably have less worries. So thank you so much. You can find Bob and Wade over their respective channels. Find them. You got this. You'll find us by happen chance. Merch is, we're going 100% microplastic on our merch, so look forward to a new restocking. Have a lovely day. Be sure to follow the podcast for more amazing, insightful scientific information. We have been Distractable Podcast out.
Untalented Mars, inspired by Michael Scott, usual misdirecting Jackie Stone. And then quit the good life and didn't fight the requirement to distract, to take a sensor. From blood pack to secret mapping spot. It's time for Part 2. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted. Enjoy.
Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I am your host for today, and my name is Bob. I'm joined, as ever, always, is there another way to say that? As if, by Mark and Wade, perpetuity. I am haunted by the ghosts of friendships past. I am forever pestered by these two men who will never leave me be. I love these guys. It's Mark and Wade, everybody.
Hi. And everyone else, I guess.
Look, we've made a good number of these now, and I was trying to spice it up. I did not mean to insult you guys in the intro.
It's fine, you're the host.
It just comes so naturally for you.
Alright, well, these fucks are here, and if you've never watched this before, Distractable is a show where the winner from the previous episode hosts the episode, picks a topic, picks a scoring system, and or completely arbitrarily selects a winner at the end, and at the end, that winner hosts the next episode. It's an endless cycle. Until one of us accidentally dies in between recordings, and there can be no host because the winner is no longer alive, then that's how the show ends. One of us dies. We all agreed. We made a blood pact. You were there. And until that happens, we're going to be making this. And, whether it's good or bad.
How to violate a blood pact.
I mean, you can violate a blood pact super easily. You just don't want to invite that kind of chaos into your life.
Turns out it's a pact with a CP, not a CK.
A blood pact?
A blood pack. It's a group of Krogans in Mass Effect, I think.
No, you know what? I knew about the PACT thing when I said it.
I should have.
We made a blood pack. We all sat down and drained about a pint each into this little package, and then we keep that in a special distractable fridge, and that's our binding contract.
Here we go. I found the answer.
Uh-huh.
This is specifically to break a blood oath you took with your girlfriend, but I think it would work for us.
We're basically girlfriends.
You cut your pinky finger and say as follows. I remake the blood oath with my girlfriend, Mark and Bob. I'll call on something to burn like a tissue. You then burn the tissue. Oh, you don't say that. You actually let your blood. And then the blood oath is thus broken.
You could unilaterally terminate a blood oath? What the hell is the point of a blood oath? You might as well just make a normal promise and avoid all the blood stuff. I thought a blood oath came with, soul consequences or something.
Like, you cut your palm, you do the blood-to-blood handshake, and then your souls are intertwined, and if you break it, you die.
Yeah, some horrible shit happens to people. Maybe that's just not in there. Maybe that article's like a prank. You could totally break a blood oath, but then you do right. There's this will create so many tormented souls. Oh, God, I love it.
Like an evolved form of a skull on the internet. This will bamboozle them really well.
Oh, this will get so many of the normies. They don't even know about soul torment.
I've gone down a horrible rabbit hole. Now I'm learning about the origins of pinky promises and all kinds of things. You guys should probably move on immediately.
What's the origin of pinky promises? I actually really want to know that.
One possible origin of the promise is Japan, where it's known as pronunciation of it. Yubikiri, meaning finger cut off. Supposedly people translate if you break a pinky promise to cut off your pinky finger in return.
That's consequences. I like that.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
What if a pinky promise is just where it ended up, but people can just make whatever promise they are. A guy looks at you really seriously, he's like, you didn't need to make a pinky promise. I'm gonna need, this is serious, okay?
Do you still have to wrap them around each other?
Yeah, no, you have to get them to look around and you have to do the thing.
Can you aid them or do you need that much motor control?
Motor control? How much motor control do you have?
You can make a full candy cane.
The easiest way I can imagine involves some bendy straws and some tape.
The bendy straws as a brace?
Yeah, no, it's like a form, and then you gotta guide them together so that you
and then you put your dicks on the anvil, and you take your blacksmith and
forge your promise, you dick.
The only way to be sure.
That guy from the Thor movie who has no hands comes in and is like, hammer them together. Then Groot gives you his body to make an axe handle.
Oh, right. I remember now. No.
He needs the dick hammer.
And that's where pinky promises came from. I'm so glad that we went there.
That's perfect for this Halloween episode.
It's Halloween in July? Is that what that thing? No. Smalltalk. Before we get into the thing, and before we talk more about penis hammers or whatever, we usually do small talk. How's it going?
Where's my breaking meat bulletin? Man, I could ask them to put in music.
No, don't. Just maybe if you do, just supplement Mark singing with a little subtle music at the very end notes. But Mark nailed it.
I know I did. So, breaking news, by the time this comes out, it'll have taken the world by storm. The newest release of Stable Diffusion is coming out.
Ooh, everybody loves that, except for some huge chunk of people, especially artists.
If you don't know what Stable Diffusion is, it is the open source and on your computer AI image generation thingamabob that allows you to steal the art of whoever you want, anywhere in the world, at even bigger resolutions than before and more accurate.
I love that for everyone, except maybe artists.
I know. Anyway, that's an oversimplification of what it is. But it is coming out. It's coming out, and there ain't no stopping it, and it's indicative of the idea that, like, once the cat is out of the AI bag, it's just reaching its tentacles all over the place. And it's
fuck's
fascinating
sake.
because I haven't looked at Stable Diffusion for a while because when I was first doing it, I was just like, ooh, this is interesting. And then it wasn't very good, and you had to train your own model. I tried to train it on my face because I was like, that would be interesting to be able to make concept art, not for like making a project, but for like ideating what my next project could be and seeing my face in these scenarios. I was like, that's pretty good. But it was really hard to train. Like, I trained it and just like, it started out with just nightmare amalgamations of like multiple body parts coming out of my ears and just like my torso half cut off and then my legs wrapped up around here. It was just like, it was a freak show and it was concerning to look at, so I stopped. I didn't like what I was seeing. But now it's getting so good, you know, there really is coming a point where I don't know if I can actually like find any examples.
If you'd like to see both an interesting example of Stable Diffusion and a good representation of the conflict around it and some of the issues not maybe discussed in a very simple way, Corridor Digital on YouTube has some very interesting videos where they apply Stable Diffusion as part of a workflow, not exclusively Stable Diffusion, but they talk about the technical side of it and they implement it in stylizing some but that is an interesting place to look because the comment section on those videos is also a lot. There's a lot of controversy about it, but the videos themselves are very interesting. Let's catch up.
It's getting better, whether or not you like that or not, but that is.
While you're Googling, I feel like I doubt everyone who listens is aware of this, so if you're interested, there's a big controversy surrounding Stable Diffusion and AI image generation in general, and I would encourage you to find someone who's way more knowledgeable than us about that. But the basic gist of it is these AI generation tools like Mid-Journey, like Stable Diffusion, where they're using the fancy computer algorithmic stuff to like create imagery. The controversy is around the fact that these require images to train off of. So far, they are trained in large part off images that were not paid for or licensed or given permission in any way. The companies that are training these big models are going online and just finding pieces of art on the internet, which are posted but are not posted for free use for commercial purposes. And it basically equates to stealing artists' work. It's a complicated thing. The laws around this are super unclear because it's new technology. I don't think the ethics around it are super unclear. I'm one of those people where I think AI is very cool. I think it's fascinating how quickly it's getting better and like what the tools will mean for the future. But there are some serious issues revolving around stealing of art, using art without permission to train a thing that then generates art that looks, in some cases, very much like the art used without permission, and as well as the creative issues around, actual humans being completely replaced with AI. AI art, at least right now, has this kind of sheen to it. It's getting way better, and it's good, but it doesn't have the same life that like human-made art has. And you could kind of tell sometimes, you can really tell sometimes. There's a lot of issues. And if you don't know anything about this, if you're an artist, I'm sure you do. But if you don't know anything about it, there's a lot of better sources than us. You should actually check it out. I hope I stalled long enough. Mark looks like he's getting stuff ready.
I got it. So it's like what Bob was saying. It's not really too entirely valuable to know that like, ooh, it's getting better.
As Philip DeFranco constantly says, this is the worst it will ever be, but it's continuously getting better, which is fascinating to me.
So yeah, the problem is this is like so large an image because if I zoom in, that's what's not impressive.
Oh,
I swear this image is
wow.
very large.
So much bigger.
This is meaningless to anybody, but it's like there's.
Oh yeah, also people, I'm gonna be playing the I'll be streaming episodes for the Ezio trilogy soon. Collection, whatever, the Ezio collection soon. And yeah.
This wasn't even the right comparison. That was Stable Fusion 1.5 to 2.0.
Not too kind for people using their projector screen.
No, it wasn't the right one.
I'm actually watching this on an iMac, so that was huge for me.
Get it right. Just let me be.
Okay, while you're looking, I got another little fun tidbit.
No, I'm not looking anymore. I'm not going anywhere.
All right, Mark, you keep doing the research. Wade's gonna talk.
It's this thing where you get a Reddit post and it's like, I want to see this image bigger because Reddit doesn't fucking work ever. It's like, oh, I want to see this picture that someone posted. Oh, I can't, and there's no way to zoom in or actually see it full. Anyway.
While Mark pulls that up, go on, Wade.
So it's not AI art, but something that we have used, ChatGPT, and you guys heard there's a lawsuit with Meta and ChatGPT.
Oh, they're not the same company.
Two different things.
Yeah, but they're both for copyright infringement by Sarah Silverman. OpenAI, I guess.
Yes, OpenAI is the nonprofit institution that operates ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's for the same kind of thing, though. Instead of images, though, it's like books and other things that's used for training.
Using the companies that using the author's copyrighted books without their consent, quote unquote, training their artificial intelligence program. I mean, it is, yeah, like this is going to be a thing, right? All of this AI stuff, generative AI things, ChatGPT where it generates text, things generate images, there are AI things that are generating music and voices. There was a big controversy about a voice actor that actually took a break from Twitter because, which is something we're personally saying in the past, they took a break from Twitter because someone used an AI version of this voice actor's voice of like a character they're famous for and made him sing a song. It's just like a really memey song. I don't know if the song was particularly offensive or anything, but the voice actor was like, you're stealing my likeness. You're using my voice and my character that I developed that is my,
Your voice and your fucking likeness went out the window when you showed up on a show, you fucking moron.
It's just a character from a show, and then
So, do people get upset at impressionists do that kind of thing?
well, but see, that's different.
Yeah.
When Frank Caliendo does...
You gave up your fucking likeness to be used on the internet when you decide to be like, oh, I'm gonna appear in a show. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
No, that's true. I was just curious if imitation was also authentic.
I think that's part of the thing, is when human artists...
So yeah, you don't fucking get a say. If you gave away your voice...
...of a character that's not theirs, but represents them or something, one, I doubt a human voice actor would do that to another voice actor. But like, there's a creative part to that, right? When an artist makes something in the style of an artist they look up to or that they respect, there's still like humanity. There's something else other than the work of the person who they're emulating in the piece. But when AI does it, it's literally just like copying in a way that's kind of complex. I can't explain very well. But it's not one-to-one copy. I don't know. This is gonna be.
If you don't want your voice to be out there, then don't fucking appear.
I agree with Mark. That's not like that. This stuff is going to exist. You can't make it illegal or anything at this point. It's going to exist.
Don't fucking appear in a movie or TV series with your voice.
It's gonna be weird and interesting how it all plays out.
With your voice, with your character voice or whatever. Or the voice you use to portray that character. You no longer own, you don't own that fucking character, you don't own that fucking, the voice of that character, you dumb cunt. The people that produce the show or the movie does.
Are these like the same?
They have the right to request that to be taken down or whatever. For the video on Twitter of somebody using an AI voice modulator, an AI voice modulator, or program to impersonate your character's voice. singing a song singing something or doing something or saying something. You don't have the right to fucking ask that for that shit to be taken down. Only the people that own the character and own the fucking property of that have the right to request that video be taken down.
Oh my god. The Pixar
In a legal sense.
That's the old one on the left. The art's not that much better.
No, but just the Pixar people on the left of the old model, they look like one of those movies that shows up in the dollar bill.
And if you're gonna really take offense to an AI program doing the voice impression, doing an impression of the character's voice, singing a song, then you're a fucking soft cock. Then you're a soft ass. You need to grow the fuck up and stop being a pussy.
There are YouTube channels that are just like AI SpongeBob, where it just like constantly generates an AI episode.
Oh no, that endless SpongeBob is so funny. It's not good, but it's funny, and you can see where that might go as things get better.
Yeah, so you see that, it's like what's on the left in this one, the old version of Real Jane, and you can see it on the left. That's so bad. And then on the right, you're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh.
Like, if I was a voice actor and I voiced the character and somebody used my character's voice, the character that I play as or the character that I voice, used an AI program to have them sing a song, I'd be like, cool. That's kind of cool that they can do that. They could have I would have been like, they instead of doing that, they could have simply asked me to do that, and I would have most likely happily agreed, as long as it wasn't anything too offensive, as long as it wasn't anything racist or sexist. Because I ain't racist or sexist. I respect the female gender.
I haven't tried. I told my lawyers about it, and I'm sure that they sent some very scary letters.
Yeah, I'm sure they wrote some letters.
I respect our female counterparts.
Hey, that's illegal, so what you doing?
I respect our female species.
A random front that's like, I didn't know Mark endorsed this. I'm like, hey buddy, nice. He's like, oh. So I should.
But I wouldn't go right ahead and ask them to take down the video or whatever. I'd be like, sure, if you want to do that, do that. Fucking post it on YouTube or get me more traction, you know? Cool, it's gonna get me more traction and more people to think, you know, this person is pretty cool. They have a pretty cool voice. They're doing a good job at being a voice actor and whatever. It would get more people looking at, trying to find the stuff that I've been in, you know? And it'll get me more attention from people, and then maybe there'd be a chance that I'd get more job opportunities and stuff like that. But that's a whole hypothetical.
A lot of people became familiar because Ed Sheeran had a long-running case of cosplay.
I don't want to go outright and say that the video needs to be taken down. I'm not a little bitch. See, a lot of people don't see the fucking business or the opportunity that getting shown, that getting put out gives them. If people know that it's an AI voice generated thing, then they'll most likely go to look up who did the actual voice for the character. And that way you'll get more people looking at what you've done, trying to find what you've done. And you'll get way more people interested in you and what you're like. And what you do for a living. Or what you enjoy doing. So yeah. As long as it isn't anything racist or sexist, who the hell cares? If somebody uses an AI voice program, an AI program to do an impression of your character, of the character you play as or voice.
But they might struggle with such a technologically advanced.
Kind of reminds me of Skulker. What he does, he uses an AI voice program on his sound with his soundboard to to do the voice impressions of his friends, and it's saying cursed shit. Saying it may be cursed, but it is fucking hilarious shit nonetheless.
Connection I had was like, that would be your provider. No.
So yeah, don't be a pussy shit and fucking get offended because somebody uses an AI voice modulator or program to do an impression of a character you play as or voice. Okay? Don't be a little bitch. Grow the fuck up. And also see what rewards you'll reap, what rewards and benefits you'll reap from people doing that. As long as it isn't anything too heinous or as long as it isn't anything racist or sexist. Unless the person that they're using the voice modulator for to do an impression of the person's character or voice, if the person is actually a racist, sexist piece of shit. And if they're making the AI voice a racist and sexist shit, then it goes along with the person's personality. So yeah. Me, honestly, I wouldn't really care as long as it isn't anything racist or sexist.
People on the subreddit were pretty upset about that.
Well, anything too racist. But if it's sexist, no, you can fuck off. Get the fuck. Don't fucking do that shit, okay? If you're gonna make me sound fucking sexist, then you can go fuck yourself.
Actually, no. So there was one comment specifically that was upset at you, Mark.
Because if there's anything my mother has taught me, and that's not to be sexist.
You were like, oh, well, should we not? And then you made a comment that was something like, no, we should milk the content, like push that up. They were mad that.
And that's to be kind and respectful to the female species of. To the female species of humans. To the females of our species.
Viewers hate that. Why would they do that? Viewers hate that so much.
Because I quit is like the hot search term right now. We are pulling in the views.
True it is.
Yeah, at least we pushed off such a trending topic for another time, but
I don't know the difference between your mothers.
I'm exempt from any criticism on an episode where I talk about my grandmother's funeral.
They're like the broke your elbow line that like trying to carry your grandma died. I think the exact quote from the line about the broken elbow, but that's that guy that like, fucking, I'm here for I Quit. I was searching for anything about I Quit, and I finally found it, and what do? Don't talk about it. What do you talk about? Oh, grandma died. Boo-hoo. Where's the quitting?
We quit the episode early.
yeah,
This is literally what the episode was about.
we did the thing. Anyway,
We did the thing for the thing, and the thingity thing.
But yeah, no, I was going to start this one with a story, because we're going to talk about I Quit. This is I Quit Part 2. And I have a story about when I quit a job. But you can tell a story about quitting a job, quitting a project, quitting, I don't know, a friendship, like whatever. Any sort of quitting, and it doesn't have to be you. You can Google them. This is like an old school episode. You tell a story of from the news of some hilarious thing. But I had a weird quitting experience, and it was not in the way that quitting experiences tend to be like dramatized online. After college, I graduated from college, and I was working at a pizza place, and I was like trying to find like a big boy job, desk job, and I was interviewing at like insurance companies and all these places, and I ended up getting this random interview to work in the office, like the administrative office of a public charter school, which if you don't know is a publicly funded school, but is not part of a public school system. It's like a one standalone school, and we actually had two schools, but now that I'm older and I've learned a little more, not a thing I'm a big fan of, actually, but education funding issues aside, I got this job, and I had a degree in organizational leadership, which is basically like how to be a middle manager 101. So I had no training in like how to work with kids or teach kids. I did study music education for a year, but I got out of that pretty quick. So this was a new experience. I worked at this place for a couple years. It was a crazy school. It was in Cincinnati. It was not downtown Cincinnati, but it was like in the city. It was a K through 12 school. So we had like little kids who were adorable, who were super cute. And then we had like high schoolers who would like bring us this place to school and threaten to kill each other in the hallway. We had the whole range of experience in this one building. And it was really, I learned a lot. It was really stressful. But it was also kind of like a weird school.
Alright, school in America.
Eventually, I decided to go to law
Why
school,
would I
and
think,
we were gonna move
what?
to go to grad school. And so I had to quit, right? But it was like over the summer. The kids were gone. School ended like in the middle of May or something. And when school ended, all the teachers left. But I was supposed to keep coming in and sitting in the office. But I would just go into the school by myself, sit in an office by myself, and had no one giving me tasks. So, like, there was some stuff I was supposed to do, but I mostly just browsed Reddit for 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. Like, I didn't have the like, principal and people didn't come in. I was the one person in the entire building. And I was there because, like, once a month, a parent would come in and be like, hey, I gotta fill this paperwork out or something, and I would help them do stuff. But I just literally browsed Reddit, and I had a motorcycle at the time. I would just browse this motorcycle forum about, like, how to do an oil change on your 1970 Honda motorcycle, blah, blah, blah. And when it came time to quit, that was the situation I was in. And I, like, sent some emails to the higher-ups, and I was like, hey, guys, I'm just giving you my notice. Like, I gotta quit in a month. I'm moving away for grad school, so I won't be here for next school year, blah, whatever. Never got a response. No one ever came in. It came to the day where it was like, well, we're moving to North Carolina in like a week, and I told them I wanted this to be my last day, so I guess I'll just leave my keys on my desk and lock the door behind me on the way out today. And that's how I quit my job. Like, I don't know what happened. The school shut down before the next school year started, if I remember correctly. So I don't know if something happened with the people.
Some shady shit was going down, probably.
Or lost funding, or what?
They didn't have any keys. They couldn't get in.
I didn't have keys to lots of. I couldn't get into classrooms. I couldn't get in. I could get into the front door, my office, and the bathroom. Those were the only keys I had.
But that's the only places you needed to go. Who needs to go anywhere else? Who is still paying you?
I don't know. But the payment stopped. That's the thing too. At some point, it was like a normal job, right? So we got paid every like 2 weeks, basically. I got my last paycheck that I expected to get, and then I didn't get any more paychecks. So I didn't like steal from these people. It's not stealing if I didn't do it on purpose, but like they didn't continue to pay me accidentally. I don't know what happened. I tried to like give notice to do that, and I was like, do I need to do anything?
Somebody probably got arrested for shady shit or something, for money fraud or some shit like that.
Some stuff, and I was like, I emailed them the files. I was like, here's this, I keep track of, here's this is how I do. No, I just left one day, and I never went back. I don't know if we were cool, or if they were mad at me, or if someone got arrested, or what. So I quit, and then I just left.
No, here's what I sense what happened. Bob, this makes sense. You weren't actually working at a school that was currently functioning. You were contacted by a ghost. You went into a haunted building. Oh, because you were locked in your room. You probably heard, like, screaming, shouting, and chatting.
It was an old building.
Oh, 5 days in elementary.
Yeah, they were always like footsteps down the hall, but you never actually saw anyone. You only went to the bathroom, which like you had to unlock every time you go. And then when you try to quit, you shout out loud to your boss or whoever, and then you just leave and the door slammed shut behind you and locked itself, and you're just like, well, I guess it's all good. You never questioned the chills down your spine?
I thought it was just cold in my office.
Is that the lock of 87 you had to open?
Shut the hell up, Wade.
Maybe. I will say, this was literally an over 100-year-old building. It was a school in Cincinnati in the 19th century that had closed in the mid-20th century and then been reopened to operate when I worked there.
So you thought.
So I thought. Dude, now I'm sad that I quit my ghost job. That was the easiest job I ever had. Ghosts don't give a shit.
What if you were being paid by ghosts?
That is impressive. They paid me ghost money, but it turned into real money once they touched my real bank account.
Yeah, exactly. Well, ghosts can, they can inhabit.
You know, that means ghosts could technically have, I don't know if it counts as corporeal form, but if they can take the form of electronic current that affects electronics in that way, it means they do have a physical form and they're not just ethereal things you can see.
Yeah, they don't call it the ghost in the machine for nothing. Yeah, but that's cool. Yeah, that wasn't real. Or it was real, but ghost.
That's pretty cool. You got good ghosts.
I quit, you ghosts. Then like the principal is like watching on the camera, watching me not do work, and it's like, I think yelling at the ceiling, and I'm just on the camera like, I quit. Hey, ghost, I'm leaving, and I'm never coming back. Like, what's wrong? I'm glad he's quitting. Holy shit! We hired this guy to work in a school with children.
In a weird way, Wade made that joke, but your job does sound a lot like the premise for Five Nights at Freddy's. And I think like Hollywood in the movie coming up is just like, you're just hired on this job, you go in this abandoned building, you just sit around all day.
It wasn't abandoned, okay? During the school year, there were lots of people, I think.
You think, yeah.
I saw them.
Usually one person would come interact with you, but otherwise you were there alone.
I was always confused how they got in my office without opening the door, but I just assumed I didn't notice.
Yeah. Well, you're haunted.
Probably. No, you know what? I am haunted because we're trying to move right now, right? The moment we started trying to move, lights in our house started turning themselves on and off, and I'm not even fucking exaggerating. The lamp in our living room started doing it. We were just sitting there, and the lamp just goes off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, and I was like, it's on like a smart. So I looked at my phone, and I was like, stop. I had to unplug it. It just kept doing that. I unplugged it. The exterior light on my office, it lights up for motion. I unplugged that interior light that's doing that. The light on my office across the yard just started going off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Like I was standing in the house staring out there, just like.
The ghosts have found you. They want you back at school.
Starting to think you might be right about the haunting.
I'm just glad it's not me this time. Can you be the lit man?
Yeah, how do you know that your fridge delivery was delivered by real people? How could real people be that incompetent?
That is some ghost behavior, That's the kind of shit that you would do if you can't touch anything, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they just try to drag, the fridge is floating. You think they're behind it carrying it like this, but the fridge is just floating through the bushes. And the sprinkler goes off, and you're like, oh, these incompetent guys that I definitely saw. Can you remember their faces? Can you recall their faces?
I just remember what they said, but I don't remember where the words came out of, They came from everywhere almost. They came out of the air.
I want so badly for them to have seen Bob's fridge, the ghosts.
At least someone at Lowe's has seen Bob's fridge, because I got a hilarious prank call where someone knew my name and phone number and was like, "How's your fridge?" And it was from a Lowe's corporate line.
They didn't say, is your refrigerator running? They had that whole thing lined up, teed up for the old joke.
Mr. Lowe's is prank calling Bob after that episode.
I was live streaming games sometime right after that episode went out. And I got a call on my phone and it said Lowe's Home Improvement. And I thought to myself, oh, I wonder if they're going to finally, like, resolve something. Maybe they saw the episode and someone... And so on stream, I answered it, and I was like, hello? And all I heard was like... refrigerator. Click. And that was it.
You think that these are hilarious pranks? It's ghosts.
It was like a 14-year-old boy who was like, I'm just going to say refrigerator when he answers.
No, man, you're justifying in your head. This is ghosts. That's ghost behavior.
Why is that ghost? That's not ghost behavior. That's idiotic.
You don't think interference, way too close, mumbled words? That's what people go ghost hunting for.
How did the ghost make a phone call from the Lowe's line? That's what I want.
How did a kid? Why is that the easier justification?
That's he works at Lowe's. He called from the store where he works. I called back, and it was a local Lowe's store.
But you called back. Who answered?
I called back, and it was like, I called a Lowe's store. It was like the main phone line, right? So someone who worked in a store called my phone from a phone in the Lowe's store.
Bob, Lowe's went out of business 10 years ago.
I'm not listening to you, Mark. No, man. No, you can't do this to me, man. I don't believe, that's not true, man.
I'm looking it up.
Blockbuster was around longer than Lowe's.
That's not true. You can't lie to me like that.
Maybe not all Lowe's, but the Lowe's in your area. Lowe's was closing 51 stores in 2018, including 4 in California. Ooh. Did you actually go to the Lowe's?
And California is a pretty tight-knit, close community, so you know that there has one close to you.
Yeah, well, there were only 5 in California, and I know one of them's down by Mark.
Uh-oh! No, I'm all about the Bob is haunted forever theory.
As long as I get my docuseries, The Haunted Man, I'm here for it.
The lit man.
Well, what does that have to do with the refrigerator saga?
Cold man.
But that's only part of the saga. What about the light stuff?
The coldly lit man.
Yeah, there's lights in fridges.
The electrified man.
Yeah.
The Lowe's man.
You go back to the school, you scrub off the dirty name plaque, and it's like Lowe's Charter School for gifted children.
I do that, but I scrub it off, and it's like, oh, the Franklin Delano Roosevelt School, and I'm like, oh, God. And then there's another part I scrub off, and it's like, funding graciously provided by the Lowe's family. No!
You keep scrubbing. There's just more to scrub.
I keep, like, turning around and looking back in this other area, and I'm like, that place of Terrence Williams Lowe's? That's where Mr. Lowe's died? Shit! Why is that still here?
You keep scrubbing the phone number of that Lowe's that called you.
You scrub more is like died tragically by a refrigerator accident.
I walk around the corner to where I parked, and there's a new brick on the exterior wall that looks really conspicuous, and I go up to it, and really small and printed in the brick, it just says, refrigerator.
No! It's all because you quit. That's the problem. You gotta go back there, and you gotta get your job back.
We should quit this topic, honestly.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be able to now because the building probably got knocked down. Either that or it's probably no longer a school, it's probably a courtroom or some shit.
And then we do it again.
Or like a hall.
Mission in our distractible life to make that one commenter as mad and as justified as possible. Like, they're right. Because they're doing it.
Let's rename the podcast I Quit podcast.
You know how last time not last time, but in the last I Quit, I talked about how I did the blame waste thing for missing the episodes. Yeah. And I somehow had no foresight in how that would impact you, because people always glom onto that. I didn't think through the fact that having an episode titled I Quit would cause panic in our very quick to jump to conclusions audience.
Oh, yeah.
They've not posted for 2 weeks, and then they're quitting?
There were a good number of posts of people who were like, who quit? Why did they quit? Yeah, it's over. All done.
We all hate each other. We flew too close to the sun.
We flew too close to each other's boners.
Did you guys quit any jobs? Stuff? Got any ghost stories?
I want to talk more about your hauntings.
I'm not haunted. Stop saying it like that.
Oh, sorry, haunting.
I only ever quit one job, and I'm pretty sure I talked about it here.
Yeah.
Census Bureau in 2010. It was just like working in a really scary area.
Wait, I don't remember this story.
Wait, so do you still work at UDF?
Well, putting in your 2 weeks, counting as quitting. I thought quitting was like, I quit today. I guess I quit a lot of jobs if that's the case.
Pretty sure quitting a job involves no longer working there at some point.
Okay, I was thinking the extreme, like, I quit today, whatever. Putting in my 2 weeks, I've done that a lot. So, Census Bureau, Mark, in 2010, while we were in college, I worked for the Census Bureau, and they offered me $17 an hour, which was a lot of money. But they had me working down in, like, parts of Cincinnati and Clifton that were, like, kind of, like, crime-riddled, sketchy areas. And when you walk around saying you work from the government in a bunch of crime-riddled, sketchy areas, and asking people to give you their personal info, a lot of times, they don't take that very well. And there were instances of, like, people having, like, shotguns and stuff, like, people answer the door with, like, guns aimed at them.
Oh, that's not funny.
Because, you know, if you happen to knock on the door of someone cooking meth or dealing drugs or whatever have you.
You said with guns aimed at them. Did you ever have a gun aimed at you?
I did not.
Oh,
But
well,
two of the people I trained with.
Way less sympathy. But
You don't think that they were just trying to scare you? Were they ghosts?
They might have been, but I didn't want to become one. So
Shut up, Mark. Shut up with the ghost thing.
They interrogated me more than I was able to ask them a few questions. It was like, how many people live here? Who lives here? What are your occupations? How long have you been here? And it's like, you know, just whatever. But they were like, why do you need to know this, kid? My job is to come here and, who hired you? The government, I guess?
they give you like a badge or something, or just a T-shirt that said census guy?
We did have like a little credential thing, like a little pin thing. I don't remember all of it, but I lasted all of like 2 or 3 weeks. And some of the houses I went to, I just got like a horrible feeling as I was talking to the person, so I could tell they were like not having it that I was there. And I was like, dude, $17 an hour is great, but I do not feel safe.
$17 an hour for the possible chance that you might get shot. Not worth it. 0 out of 10 would not do again.
The one that kind of hurt was whenever I left Cincinnati, Iowa. They were things down. That was to start doing YouTube. And the person who hired me to go to like their training program. So I learned all the different parts of the eye. I was looking at cornea, retina, glaucoma, so on and so forth. And the person who hired me was like, so we put you through the trainee program, and it's only been like a year or whatever, and you're leaving. So I wasn't planning on it. But this YouTube thing, I don't know, it's going pretty well. I feel like I could really, like, maybe pursue a dream. They were like, okay.
Wow, Gary!
Look at me now, Gary. I'm no longer earning $17 an hour with the possibility of getting shot in the face.
Yeah, we went. It was like,
or shot in the dick for making $1,000 a month. To making $100 an hour.
Oh, thank God. All those are really awesome.
And then they watch some of your videos and you're like, hey, my kid watches this. What the hell? Oh, actually, you're not anymore. I wasn't that good. You used to be kid friendly, but you changed like that. You changed good. I don't know if I've ever
You quit your old YouTube channel, Mark.
Those weren't jobs, though. Those are just like, those are not jobs.
What's it about jobs? It's called I quit.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be a job.
The thing was, I didn't quit those either. I gave up. It's very different.
Mark was like, I'm not good at this in 2 weeks. Oh,
exactly, yeah.
I gave up.
Yeah, so that'll be the next episode.
I gave up my job, too. I didn't quit. I just gave up.
Actually, there is a whole topic in I give up. But I will say, like, if the topic is just, like, getting, not working anymore.
I give up, I'm giving up, I don't give a fuck, I'm giving up.
Why? I mean, I told you, like, I didn't like my boss.
You told a story about the hot and like stealing all the hot cocoa and putting it in your desk, and
Yeah,
like
I did that.
I remember kind of. I don't remember if you tell the story of your boss.
So my boss, I think I've mentioned, is the living embodiment, or was at least the living embodiment of Michael Scott. And I had not seen The Office at that point, but after seeing The Office, I was like, oh my god. And I talked about how she had me, well, I didn't have a job there. It was much like your first job.
Wisdom of come.
Mostly did nothing. And then it was going through this period, the whole company, where it was like firing everyone that was like an employee and then only hiring contractors, which is just, I'm glad that era of employment is over for people in America.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone didn't do that. Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
Imagine.
But there, so everyone was being fired, and then everyone was like, contractors were being hired for certain jobs, and it was like, I was in there and I knew the jobs didn't even need to be there anyway, which was very strange. But the thing about offices, you gotta have butts in seats, I guess, maintaining these contrast injectors that don't matter. But she made me do this employee appreciation thing. This is a side note.
Employee appreciation. Fuck that.
Yeah, they quit me. That's how you know I'm not haunted.
I would give up too if they made me do one of those. I'd be like, fuck off.
Stupid thing where it was like, show your appreciation, and she had me make like a superhero poster with like the Hulk and Scarlet Widow and Iron Man for all the other engineers in the office with just like you're so
Scarlet Widow? It's Black Widow, you fucking idiot. You're thinking of Scarlet Witch.
Company lunch at a Mexican restaurant that we were at, and I got up and I opened my manila envelope and it was slowly handed up. It was stupid as shit, but literally it's as embarrassing as it sounds. But that's what I mean when they're like Michael Scott. And I don't know what this person is doing. I hope they're not working there anymore. They got promoted. That's what happens. That's what happens.
I hope they're fucking dead.
Yeah. But I was trying to do a job.
Making you do the most stupidest shit I've ever heard.
So they hadn't been selling them.
I'm kidding. I don't hope they're dead. I hope they're divorced.
Assembly and get make sure they're up to date, do a new revision of them. A lot of engineering is just documentation. You make a new.
I hope their husband or their wife divorced their ass and started fucking their best friend.
Everything you did before was terrible, and then everything still works. And then also I was supposed to, it's like you pull out the comb and go, dust. That's how old this shit is. And I get out the assembly thing for actually putting it together, because I'm supposed to assemble them so that we can send a demo set out so they can sell them, right? The guy who made the documentation for assembling them, my boss was like, go check with him to make sure that it's still good. Guess what? That guy got fired a long time ago. He wasn't there anymore. So I pull up his documentation and I'm reading through it, and it's like, oh look, it's made by some guy who didn't give a shit about what was going on in there. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm on my own. So I read the instructions and I go to assemble them. And I go to my boss and I'm like, is this right? And then she takes it and she goes, click, click, click. And I'm like, seems right to me. And then sends me off. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make 100 of these. And I go make 100 of them. I assemble 100 of them. And then I go to my boss and I'm like, here they are. Like, is this right? Click, click. Good. She never tested them on an actual contrast thing. And they get sent off to the sales department or the client or wherever. I don't know where they went. And then a week later, I hear back that I messed up. Those were assembled incorrectly because one of the springs, instead of being turned this way, needed to be turned this way inside. So it's when it pressed in, the trigger, it's like a little handheld gun injector. When you pull it down, it didn't release automatically or smoothly, or wasn't able to give at a constant rate. There was some flaw in it. I never actually knew what it was because the only time I heard about it was when I got pulled into HR and been like, so we've got a problem here. Oh, you cost us a lot of money. You cost us a lot of money.
Blame the bitch manager for being retarded.
I'm like, no. out to like confirm they were right, and that was the wrong answer. That was the wrong answer. My boss doesn't get in trouble. No, the intern gets in trouble. And admittedly, yeah, I assembled them wrong. But I checked. I've never made them before. I was proof that I dusted off the tome. It's just like so.
What a bitch! Basically, she basically set up Mark to fail, to possibly get fired, even though he was an unpaid intern. What a bitch! I so hope this bitch is fucking divorced and has nobody to love, and has nobody that loves her.
Put on week leave, and then when she came back, she was really mad at me. Go figure. So who knows? Like maybe she intentionally misled me. Yeah.
Of course she would have. Sounds like she's an absolute cunt.
And I'm like,
She literally set you up to fail. What a skank whore.
Christmas break because I was asked, and it's like, and I know it's like, yeah, I'm a snitch, and that's like, at this point, I wouldn't rat out like a fellow employee at any moment, but it's like, I've never worked in this environment. Why is it so cutthroat? Why aren't we just here to make contrast injectors and that's it? Yeah, so I dropped all those out.
Sounds pretty haunted.
I left it because I think it was haunted. Not because my boss was a giant bitch and basically wanted me to be fired for doing absolutely nothing wrong. Not because my boss was a sabotaging piece of shit. Nah, I quit. I gave up and fucked off because it was haunted. Not because my fucking boss was a conniving, backstabbing, two-faced, lying, sabotaging bitch.
Amazon, like you see the interior of it. It wasn't quite that big, but it was a warehouse. It was just like I would walk half a mile to go to the other side to get the parts, and I was like, I'm not gonna walk back. I'll just assemble them here. So on occasion, my boss would come out whenever I was doing something like that and be like, I thought you were sleeping back there, and what you need the parts. And I'm like, how would I be doing that? You told me to do something.
Well, I was rubbing their eyes. They just woke up from a nap. I thought you were napping over here.
They crawled out from the box behind me.
Why are you here? I'm doing something that you asked me to do, dickhead.
Well, I didn't say it, but the way you were telling the story of giving up plasticity, 60,000 points. But Mark, because you worked at a haunted place, and that was...
I'm doing your job for you, dickhead. So if you honestly think I'm sleeping on the job, you can go diddle yourself, sir.
What was haunted about it?
Well, what'd you do? I made a YouTube video at Bobby Mackey. Therefore, I was working, and the place was haunted that I was working in.
Minus 10,000. Anyway, yeah, I voted for you. You should have taken more.
I'm coming.
I would play those shitty games that are... Mobile games nowadays are no better than they were back then, but it was still just like, you know, the shitty games on my phone.
In the world before the App Store even existed, you played the 2 games that came on the iPhone.
Yeah, I do the thing where it's like the lighter, you turn the lighter on.
Yeah, games back in the day were cursed. But at least they didn't have microtransactions. Games that have microtransactions that are on fucking phone that are pay to win can fuck right off. They are literally the worst abominations on planet Earth.
Could you select different coins to flip?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, old Morgan.
Are we doing Triangle of Fairness merch? We gotta do it, right?
How dare you bring up merch on this podcast?
Sorry, I forgot.
What are you doing to us?
The ghost of merch pack.
It's probably out of stock already. I don't even know.
You know our merch page is haunted. How dare you?
Sorry, I didn't mean.
Well, I actually gave you points this time, and if anyone's astute keeping track, you might notice that Wade is.
Wait, I was too
Hold on, Mark. No, hold on. Let the man speak.
Wade is winning. I gave you 6,000 points, Mark.
Yeah.
But then I gave each of you 30,000, or was it 60,000?
60,000.
But I gave you 60,005 for it being haunted. But then I just gave Wade 20,000 for working at a haunted place. But then I took away 10,000, which leaves Wade at approximately 70,000, and Mark is at 66,500. Well, I don't know. We should do this democratically, as we always do. Wade votes we end. Mark, what do you vote for?
How long have we been going? I want to really milk this.
Well, we're over an hour on the recording already, so...
Who else votes we quit? Oh, look at that other hand in there, too.
Wait, was that Mark?
I vote quit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I quit.
Are you haunted? Look at this guy.
Wait.
He's giving up his own victory.
Wait, right. No. How do I get points?
I don't know. You'll have to just take a stab at
There
it.
was another job. I quit another job because...
No.
Oh, Mark gets 5,000 points.
No,
come on. But Wade gets 2,000 points for voting that we quit first.
Yes!
You not even want to hear it?
But Mark, tell your story. Maybe there's more points. Continue. But keep it short, okay? Way to milk the content.
All right, okay. So I was doing deck building, and I had to go to a doctor's appointment, and I didn't like the job much because minimum wage and like really hard work.
Have you told this story on your before, or parts of it?
He talked about the deck building thing, but you talked about the story where you trimmed the tree or something.
No, I talked about that. This is different. So I when I actually quit that job, I had a doctor's appointment, and my doctor, he
My doctor was a cum surgeon.
And heart monitor is this big thing that you wear that straps up everywhere. It looks really intense because you carry a bag on you with a little battery and a data analyzer or whatever, recorder, and then electrodes all over your body, and it's you're supposed to track your heart over a whole day. But it looks scary. So I went to my boss and I was just like, sorry, I had a heart attack. Look, and I showed him the thing, which is really karma for me eventually actually having a heart attack later in life. But at this point, I hadn't had that yet. So I was just like, oh man, sorry, I have to quit. I can't work anymore. Because I was like, this is perfect excuse. Perfect excuse. And so I used it.
I formulated a perfect plan.
Problems. I can't do the job. Because I couldn't
Do it. You know you want to. Fake having a heart attack.
And then they were
Attack.
like, okay, sure, whatever, just return your...
So you won't have to fucking work at that piece of shit job. No more. Do it. You know it's the way to be a freedom.
Your shitty raggedy... Was this someone else's shirt that you gave me? How many people sweated in this shirt before I got in it? So I didn't get back to the shirts on principle because I broke the cycle.
The whole company shut down because they didn't have any more company shirts.
Oh my God, Mark, you're a madman.
I know.
It's the Coco now, too.
3,000 points to Mark. Would have been more if it was haunted. I'm pretty sure I put you in the lead, Mark.
I feel like this has been stacked.
And since Wade already voted to quit, Wade, do you vote to quit again?
Yes.
5,000 points. And the episode is over! I feel like I established a pretty clear pattern. Mark, you were free to jump in and vote to quit at any point in time. You would have both ended the episode and earned points. I'm not going to double check the math, and I was really doing that on the fly, and I'm really bad with numbers. But I'm fairly certain that I just gave Wade an arbitrarily high enough number of points that he should be winning this episode.
I quit winning.
Well, look, a bit.
Wade surrenders his win.
No, wait, no, it's not to give you more points.
No, it did win you more points, but then you gave up the win anyway, which you're allowed to do if you want to. So you give Mark your win?
If I say nothing, am I cool?
Yes.
Does that mean you're quitting participating?
Quitting without... He's quiet quitting! He's quiet quitting! That's the coolest kind of quitting!
I don't know what's happening anymore. Are we winning or losing?
I don't know. The episode was technically over already, so Mark just earned like 8,000 points, but they don't count.
Oh, because Bob quit counting them.
Yeah, he quit, which earned me points. No, it has to end at some point, okay? I know that I'm not good at picking a winner, and I know that it's very fair the way that I do things.
Didn't you two have a handshake deal? I appreciate you violating that.
I thought Mark had to ask for that. Is that a handshake? Was I just going to do that for him? I remembered that, but I remembered it as Mark having to ask. Was I just going to give Mark... No, I was just going to give Mark the win. That's right.
Yeah, but the episode's over.
Hey, wait a minute. The episode's over in terms of points earnings, but if you recall, I'm still the host.
What?
Until I say the phrase that rhymes with Slomcast Pouch, I am the host of this episode, and I can take backseat to anything that I have said and done to this point.
I only brought that up because I thought I was safe.
You fool.
Okay.
You know what, Wade?
You fucking
I'm going to pay Mark back in full. Wade, you had a great episode today. You quit a lot. You earned a lot of points, way more points than Mark did. You earned them the right way, by talking about quitting, and not the wrong way, like Mark did, by talking about being conscious. You deserve this year.
I don't like this. Hold on. I don't like this.
Because, unfortunately, even though you earned the win fair and square, I have the deal with Mark, and he has to win, even though it's completely undeserved.
It's fair because I didn't really deserve to win. Grandma dying.
So I just gave you the exact win that I gave Wade last time, Mark. I paid my debt in full. I did it. There you go. You can talk again. It doesn't sound unfamiliar.
Okay, alright, because you made that big statement about Mod Smash House or whatever you said.
No, yeah, I could absolutely go back on everything I just said, but I won't. Probably.
Unless I pull out a trump card that I've been...
Do you have like one of the higher and lower aces?
I have a trump card, but I'm holding it. I won't use it yet.
Oh, I thought you were actually about to do that tomorrow. That would have been the most...
Come of the earth thing to do.
An episode that I host at any point in time. He has that.
Really?
Yes, he is holding on to him being able to claim a win from me as host at any point he wants. No questions asked. From a previous handshake, I should stop making handshake deals, I think is the real lesson of this episode.
Yeah, why didn't you give me the use any time card instead of just guaranteeing this win? Because then this guarantee means nothing if he takes it.
Well, you better shut up and give your winner speech quick and just let this all come to an end before Wade does something horrific.
Hold on, let me find my...
Hurry up, Mark!
Alright, I deserve this win. I love winning, and Bob may be haunted, but if he is, and I can prove it, I'll make a documentary about it.
Deal, bet. Wade, quick, loser speech.
You all suck. I'm great. Thanks for having me. Good show, Bob. We should quit 3.
Yep, I quit part 3 coming up next time I host. Don't worry about it. Make sure you check out store.distractablepodcast.com to get merch. Props, maybe. No promises. Make sure you check out Wade. He's Lord Minion 777 or Minion 777. Mark is Markiplier. I am Meisker. Those things were probably on screen for about half a second each, so look them up if you're interested. And I'm not going to screw Mark over. That's the end of the episode.
No, I'm not stealing the win. I'm not stealing the win. I just got to point out, last episode that was I quit, I did not choose to be in a fucking bathroom. That was the editors.
I saw that.
That's all. I forgot to bring that shit up. That was not me.
Well, you know, it's pretty echoey in there. Like if you were in a tile bathroom, it sounds like you're in a tiled space. So
that's it. That's all I had to say.
All right, podcast out. Triangle of fairness. Triangle of fairness. Triangle of fairness. Triangle of fairness. I'm burning the apple! Oh, Wade wins! I know that I won the flips and then I won the wheel and I got the...
Bob, you've won 1 out of like 15 coin flips.
I got the full redemption after all the coin flip stuff. How did we get back here?
Well, I could change it so it was like, Tails is Apple and I burn the other one. So Apple wins.
You're going to arbitrarily change the rules after with a flip?
Yeah, of course.
Mark, that could make someone so angry.
Oh, now you're gonna do it.
What if? Ooh, here's how we do. We end the episode on a cliffhanger, and we don't say who won until the next episode. People have to listen to the next episode.
That way we can make up for Bob's next fuck up.
Wow, okay, so, alright.
Oh, blame worded.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distracted. This week, it's the least defeat literary extravaganza you ever witnessed. Polarizing Mark louses grimdark tales and revolutionizes linguistic learning. Bob dislikes horror and admits that the law seems to love us graffitied sliced trees out of him. And Wheelie Cunning Wade reveals the hidden kryptonite of AI authors and how to pass book reviews. From Pornhammer to criticism repurposing. Yeah. It's time for reading. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy reading.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm today's host, Wade. Why? Because I won. That's pretty much it. If you've never been here before, it's a show where one of us hosts to compete for points. The host declares the winner at the end. They host the next episode. Whatever we do in the meantime is up to, well...
That fucking ability is basically just a distraction card. Where if they see me, I can pull that out. I can pull it out just before they're about to see me and distract them.
It's a lot of work, Mark. You gotta think of a thing.
I mean, he does have absolute power above any kind of government agency in the world. It is the most official position, which is why it's so temporary. It can't last, or else that kind of power will go to your head.
You gotta have term limits, Mark. You gotta have term limits. That's true.
How many win limits? Should we set win limits?
Ooh,
Wait, set win limits.
Nobody can win more than me.
I don't think that's constitutional.
I don't think that's strictly true, Wade.
Good thinking, boys.
Which one of us is the judiciary branch?
I want to be Supreme Court. When do I get to go on the mega yacht?
Yeah, okay, all right. So the subreddit is Congress.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
the Senate. You're the judiciary branch, and then Wade is president.
Yay. Also, you have to say it. I am the Senate.
Oh, right. I thought because you went to law school, you were going to say I said judiciary branch wrong. I was going to be like very confused.
It's actually judiciary.
It's judiciary branch. Put your whole judici in this.
It's actually pronounced judiciary.
There's someone out there who's in law school right now who's just... While everyone else is just like, man, when are they going to get on with the show?
If they think we're going to get on with anything, they have a lot of things coming.
Oh, they got a lot of things coming.
What is that phrase mean? I tell you what. Google it. I'll tell you, what will I tell you? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what for? Is it short for something?
They got a lot of cum coming.
That doesn't explain it at all.
Oh my god.
I'm not going to Google it. I could. I have Google open, like right there, and I have a keyboard and everything.
Tell you what, I'll let you borrow the car if you fill it up with gas. It's typically followed by a thing like that, where it's like a compromise, where it's like, I'll let you do this, or I'll say this, or I'll do that.
Yeah. I know how to use it. I'm just saying I don't understand what it means. Like, it's just a random explanation. I might as well be just going, well, look at my ass! I'll let you borrow the car if you fill it up with gas.
We could try to make that the replacement. We could...
Boy, look at my ass. It's hotter than heck out there.
I don't know why that got me.
Something about that feels way weirder, I guess, but...
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree.
You know, if the episode starts with this stupid enough humor, eventually something will make it.
Look at my...
like a firefighter looking over like a collapsed building. Well, look at my ass! So many people died in this horrible tragedy.
The next time you're out there about to say, I'll tell you what, try, well, look at my ass and see if you get the same reaction.
Honestly, you get probably a way better reaction. I tell you what, doesn't get anyone's attention anymore. That's passé. That's overdone. Look at my ass, everyone's going to be like, what? Oh, what an interesting statement you just made.
I feel like I'll tell you what can be used in any circumstance. Like, anyone uses that, even like in therapy, you know, and like, well, look at my ass. Is this an emotional response, or is this like...
look at my ass.
I mean, I guess if you're talking to your colorectal doctor, they would be like, sure, I'm about to. How are you guys doing?
We move in a week.
So you're doing terribly.
Well, we're pretty packed, honestly. We made one room in our house, the room where all the boxes go, and it's like floor to ceiling, like half full of stuff.
How would you do that even? Jesus.
Listen there, with our arms. Look at my ass. It was not easy. Yeah, it kind of works. We move next Thursday. We pack everything, and then the Friday, Mandy flies, and then yeah, everything's really good, and I'm not terrified.
On behalf of the viewers, I have to ask, is the infamous fridge making the move with you?
No, that Hellfire thing can stay here. You know what though? I had to write in the disclosure for selling the house that the fridge is a piece of shit.
But it is a piece of shit. I thought it was okay.
No, it's awful. In California, you have to disclose everything. You know that there's a problem with your house and you're selling it. You have to disclose it. So I put like, oh, we got ants once, and we had Orkin come fix that. And the fridge sucks. The fridge water pools in the bottom, rushes out the front every time you open the deli drawer now. So like once every 3 weeks, you have to shop back out the bottom of the fridge, or else you got a pool of water that's like a couple inches deep under your drawer. I had to write that in there. And some idiot still bought this house.
No, what you should have written is,
They're like, a challenge! Ooh, a challenge! Your challenge is accepted, sir!
actually lead to your episode of The Fridge.
What happened to the fridge?
There's no way that brings up anything about us.
It brings up William the Refrigerator Perry.
The famous William Perry Fridge. William the Fridge Perry.
Hey, he is famous. What are you talking?
Wait, who is that?
Hey, sports podcast haver, William Refrigerator Perry was an defensive lineman / running back for the Chicago Bears in the 80s.
I don't know who that is.
He was a guy that was built like me, right? He was fucking huge, built like a refrigerator. But they would sometimes give him the ball, and he would just like carry the entire opposing team into the end zone.
That's kind of awesome.
No, it's dope. One time when I was in middle school, I bothered the shit out of my coaches. We were like winning a game, I think, and we had the ball again, and I was like, Coach, let's do the refrigerator. Come on, refrigerator me. And he did it, and I got to carry the ball once. He handed the ball to me, and I had like little middle school boys hanging off me, big 6 foot tall, 250-pound Bob, just like. I didn't get a touchdown, but it was very funny.
I mean, that's pretty cool. Like, I gotta admit, I've never heard of this, even though Tyler will be very mad at me, but that's pretty nice.
I mean, if you haven't talked about him on the podcast, it's pretty fair that you haven't heard of him. He's a good like character. The story is good. I like good icon.
You can bring it up and sound smart now on the other podcast.
Just non sequitur. Tyler's like, hey, Mark, how's your week? Refrigerator Perry. Have you heard of him? Because I have. I know it. Look at my ass.
I mean, it's not different than anything else I say on that podcast, so most of it is just complete nonsense. So.
Mark, we're talking about table hockey today. Refrigerator Perry.
Is this your initial response to any new topic? Is Refrigerator Perry?
Look at my ass. I know a lot about Refrigerator Perry.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah, I'm moving. Refrigerator, bad. That's it.
That's another question I had for you that I had to ask, because for some reason people seem to think that you're going to move that appliance, when I have never encountered anyone in my life who's taken a refrigerator with them when they move.
That is a very California thing.
Take your refrigerator?
To take appliances with you. When we moved into this place, there weren't the washer and dryer. Outside of Cali, all the appliances like come with the place, but here sometimes people like take their appliances with them, which I think it's kind of weird. But
like ovens and stoves too, or like just like
I don't know, man. Some places get listed and it says like the appliances are not staying. We're keeping them.
Oh, sorry, but the kitchen cabinets, they're coming with me. What? Okay. Glad I asked them, I suppose. Mark, how are you doing?
Did I not say? No, I was criticizing you.
No, I totally co-opted that whole first part there. You haven't even talked at all, Mark.
Why did you seem like you were nervous about the question being asked? How am I? Did I not already give you that answer? What did I say? What should I say?
Why are you asking that? Why are you asking what I'm doing? What are you typing? I believe we've covered this extensively.
Refrigerator Perry?
How am I doing? I know the answer to this one. Let me tell you how I'm doing. I'll tell you exactly how I'm doing.
What do you do?
I've been... You know how I've been.
Any illnesses this week? Did you catch rickets, Mark? Do you have any rickets?
No. Isn't that the one where if you take Advil too young?
I honestly have no idea. I thought rickets was a fake disease for quite a long time. It's some kind of disease.
It is a real disease, rickets disease. Condition that affects bone development in children.
So what do you get if you take Advil as a child? Well, not Advil. Literally typing, man, Google search has gotten so bad. Oh, no, wait, Advil. No, you're right. What's the other one? The aspirin.
Aspirin?
Yeah. Right.
What was that?
Rise.
I'm sorry. Sound it out. Sound it out.
I'm sounding of rise. Regaze. You look at that word and you tell me what that is.
I can't say the word. I'm trying to find it.
REYE''S.
Raise. You know what? You're right, Mark.
Radio have a whole yo.
I don't think that is because that's spelled differently.
Raise. I was gonna say Reyes, but it's got the apostrophe, so it's Raise. It belongs to Ray.
But it's got I in it.
Rye. It's pronounced Rye syndrome.
The one I found is just REYE''S, Ray's syndrome.
According to first YouTube video that says the pronunciation, they pronounce it Rye syndrome.
Yeah, because it's got I in it.
Oh, I was like, there's no I in there, Mark. I don't know how to tell you this. No, I see what you're getting at. The word I, yes.
Anyway, I think that covers how I'm doing. Thanks for asking.
2 points for your elusiveness.
How many points did I get?
1, because you left the fridge.
Well, sacrifice it to the god. How many points is that word? Good. I'll be happy.
Good. Speaking of, I'm also good.
I almost unironically said, "Oh, how are your dogs?" But I would never do that to you.
Thank you.
I know that they're fine, and no thanks for that.
Listen, I don't typically believe in jinxing things, but man, every time I've said that on this show, something horrible has happened. I don't know if I'm willing to jinx it.
Both times, bad stuff has happened.
Isn't that before Peter nearly died before they tried to have back surgery?
I guess that's true, yeah. I don't know how tightly related those were, but
there's no real connection at all.
I wasn't asking it as a connection to the joke, though. I was just curious, honestly. I love the dog.
I know, it's a good question, but it's changed me as a man. Being asked it. Everyone, thankfully, as far as I know, is doing well at the current present time.
Or you just curse everyone in your life.
If I have that kind of power, then hell yeah. Well, other than what I just did to them. But,
what did you just do? What did you do to them?
Catch me in a week and a half or 2 or whatever. How about that? Did I nail it?
Catch me outside reference. Didn't see that coming.
It was just like the Colin Mockery reference I did on stream. Anyway, I'm hosting today. I don't know why this is on my mind. I don't even know if this is something that you two will relate to at all. I want to talk about reading, like reading books. Do you guys read?
I have read.
Have you read a book?
I'm familiar with books. Yeah.
Wait a minute. He sounds like me trying to avoid talking about how I'm doing. And I know why I was avoiding it, so, oh God, what's wrong?
For elusivity.
Listen, books and I go way back, and I read them regularly.
I believe you.
What about you, Mark? How's your relationship with books?
Oh, good. You know, I read a lot of books, but mostly of one specific genre. I think I've talked about it, Warhammer 40K.
Oh, Warhammer 40K?
Look, you'll never know. You'll never know. But no, just Warhammer 40k books. But I've kind of started to get tapped out on them because I've read most of the.
Yeah, have you not finished those yet? How many books are there? You've been doing that. I mean, since like 2017, you've been very into books in that universe, right?
Yeah, and at that point they had a huge back catalog of books, and I kind of filtered my way through the good ones. But with the bad ones are like kind of hard to get through. They're a slog. They're just not fun. Like, because they have a diverse range of authors, and they crank out those books like 4 or 5 a month, and it just gets to the point where it's like I get tired of trying to find books that I really will enjoy, and then the new releases are real hit or miss, and then the series that I'm paying attention to is just like updated 3 or 4 times a year, so it's just.
I don't know why. I just like to imagine something bad. So like tough to read Warhammer books are just like, and then the Space Marine aimed his gun at the guy and pulled the trigger. Jugga, 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 jugga.
I pulled the trigger. My dick gets my dick gets bigger.
Not in the head.
The reader must know the gun sounded, comma, back to action every few lines, and then you've got a real painful fucking read.
I mean, I feel like that's how it's going to be in the future with, I mean, it's already happening with AI-written books that people are publishing and churning out and just throwing up on, like, Amazon.
I can't imagine an AI-written book is good at all. Like, I
Yes.
enjoy playing with AI, but it can't do that.
How could it describe it?
What do you want? Later. Later.
Terrifying mess.
No.
It's like 2 octopuses entangled in a battle to the death. So many fingernails. So many knuckles.
And that's when he pointed his 3 index fingers at me and I knew.
He waved at his mother for what he knew would be the last time. His 9 fingers quivering with sadness. You know what? I like that. That enriches the book. Really. Maybe I complained too early. Maybe.
Yeah. Because right now, I mean, there's no way that they could get the cohesion enough to be able to get from start to finish. There is like software that allows you to have like AI come up with ideas.
Bye, Keffy.
It just really goes off the rails, and you basically gotta use it as like an assistant, just idea generator, which right now it is kind of good for it because it can spit out completely random bullshit, which can be good for guiding the process. But yeah, completely written notes.
Die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die.
Yeah, no, that I totally get using.
I'm on fire.
Putting a prompt in,
The flames get hotter. The flames go higher.
Character's name is
The
John.
flames.
Go write scary novel in style of Stephen King and sure. It's a hard way to
Orgy, clown, dog.
Oh, that's not what you're typing in? I thought that's what you were doing for your book.
Oh, no, I was
Clown?
Famous,
The fuck?
I've never read it. I've heard of this, but
I haven't read it. It's just...
I kind of heard what the topic was, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna steer clear of that one.
Well, so what about books then? Mark knows books, and so do I think I've proven.
We've been on this podcast together long enough to know whenever I give a single word topic, I don't fucking know what I want from you. It's just like bread and hair and everything else. This is where we go off the rails.
No, I'm requesting more information.
Well, okay. Favorite books, talking about the benefits of reading, why you do or don't read. I mean, anything you want, really. Molly's been reading like a fiend. She reads like 40 to 60 books a year or something crazy. Like, we have so many books. And we moved into this house, we had some bookshelves, we bought some bookshelves, and they're already full. And she still has like a huge pile of books to get through. And it's like, where are we going to put these books? She loves reading, reads a lot. I remember loving reading. I just haven't made time for reading. But like, I kind of want to. Watching her read makes me want to read. I just don't make the time for it. I feel like I should.
I gotta say, I don't know if law school ruined me on reading or what, but I makes me sound like such a complaining little child. I don't love reading. Gotta be honest. And like law school, for anyone who doesn't know, I read probably, on average, probably 1,000 pages a week for law school because every class, for every next class, was like, oh, read these like 3 to 6 cases. And a case can be like 2 or 3 pages, real quick. It depends. Some higher court cases are like, like a quick memo. But also cases tend to be like, a lot. Judges like to go on. They like to explain and expound. And the bulk of the reading I've done in the last decade of my life was all law school. And it was mostly cases. And I don't feel like I need to do that anymore.
I don't think you have to read cases either.
I know, but like, just the idea of reading is kind of like, oh.
That's fair, but I feel like if you got a good book, you probably if you like reading before law school at least, if you got a good book, you probably like
Mark's pointing.
I have a dramatic opinion that everyone's going to be polarized about.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
That has to do with reading. And it also has to do with the topic of language learning. So, I'm going to make this a preface. Bold proclamation for someone that really, truly only speaks one language.
All right, we're looking at your ass.
All right, look at my ass. Look at my ass. Look me in the ass.
Look me in the ass and tell me I'm beautiful, you bastard cunt.
I believe that's just we can all agree on that one.
Stormy, she's wherever the fuck she wants to be.
Trying to read another language is
I'm coming. Googity, boogity, googity.
As adults are smarter than children, but we also have a very high standard of what we accept as being intelligent. So children don't have this same understanding.
Alfie's like, I want a hug.
Covered that before, but I think as an adult, we look at reading and language systems as being like, oh, I can understand that faster. I can learn the alphabet. I can read the words faster. So we try to like use that as the primary way that we get a language. But I'm not talking about speed or efficiency. I'm talking about quality of learning. I believe that using reading as the first system that you do, as opposed to listening and understanding the sounds, because the sounds is the fundamental method of which communication is done. That is the first and foremost biological process of which we understand language. By trying to learn the words as they are written, which is a supplementary system to language, it's the supplementary system to exchanging language. It did revolutionize human understanding, but mostly in terms of written records and being able to translate and permanentize, make permanent, hey, we got there, the transfer of information. And I think, this is just wild conjecture, but in my experience, my exposure to the language in terms of sound first has dramatically increased my ability to understand. Where I am at with Korean is I understand Korean very well. I can hear it extremely well. We run into these situations all the time where people start to learn another language and they feel confident in the reading and the writing, and yet you go to another country and you can't hear what anyone's saying. You can't understand anything. And you have this in terms of, I know my Korean family and the Korean learning system. They have English in every year of their school for a lot of schools out there, and they take written exams where they read an essay in English and have to understand it in a written form. And yet, if they talk to someone in English and someone is talking to them in English, they can't understand anything, and therefore the communication is completely broken down because it emphasized the wrong part of learning. It emphasized the supplementary part of the understanding language and not the actual language. By having reading first, you miss out on the actual comprehension. Right now, I'm at a place where I am very good at comprehending it in terms of listening and understanding it, and I can get what people say. And I'm even at the point where I can understand context clues in what I'm hearing for words that I don't know, because I listen to the tonality and the emphasis they're putting on certain words. I can't speak it very well. I can speak in broken sentences, but I can understand what's going on even in a fast conversation between my family members. And I think that reading first is a detrimental effect to dinosaurs.
I'll assume the opposing position. I think you're probably onto something, because more contemporary language learning stuff does focus on that. For me, personally, in the way that my brain works, I think reading actually helps me a lot. Hearing something without understanding how it's spelled, and hearing sounds of a language without context for, like, what those words look like in terms of, like, phonetical spelling and what that means, makes it really hard for me to connect things in my brain. So I agree with you that if you focus on reading, you struggle with conversational comprehension, like listening comprehension. But I would be so lost trying to learn a language without having the context of, like, what is the alphabet, what are the letters supposed to sound like. If I hear this sound or this combination, what is that on paper? And I don't know why that is, but for me, reading is, like, crucially important to understanding the sounds that you hear. So it probably partially depends on how a person's brain works and how they learn. But, like, I think you are pretty right, because, like, the old school way of just do vocabulary, take a vocab test, that's how you learn Spanish in high school. Like, I don't think that sticks very well. I think a lot more Americans would speak Spanish if that type of learning was effective, because, like, in our school district, everyone took language, and 95% of people took Spanish. I took German, because weird. That was a poor choice. I really wish I'd learned Spanish. But, like, no one speaks it. None of my friends from high school can still speak Spanish.
Yeah,
And they
I'm
took,
turning the heater off,
or whatever. So you're probably right.
I would agree too.
I took a really bad opposing position. I'm sorry.
The best way to do it is probably to pair both. It's probably to, like, hear a word and then, like, hear it pronounced out loud and then, like, see it spelled so that you know what you're listening to.
That there is a research article that compared this. There were students there was I believe in some South American university. I can't remember which one, but they were trying to learn English, right? So they watched content in a few different ways, and they had a few different control groups. One of them watched it with no subtitles, just in English. One watched in English subtitles, and then one watched in I believe Spanish subtitles, depending on what the country was. And they measured how many words they learned. So when they watched with Spanish subtitles, they learned no new words. Even though the audio was all in English and they were trying to, like, pay attention to learn new words, they made no association. When they watched with no subtitles at all and just English, they learned like 14 new words just from the context clue. And then they had the ones that learned with watched with English audio and English subtitles by being able to hear and look at the word associations. They learned like 17 new words because they were able to compare to the words that are there. Now, I question the actual metric, whether it's understanding or memorization or learning, because humans are good at pattern recognition, but I still believe that if you're reading a language and you're reading a word that is not your native language, you are not reading it with the proper sounds associated in your head. So you're reading it based on your learning of that language, which can reinforce accents. And I think, like, you can learn faster, yes, but you learn based on your beginner understanding of that language's pronunciation, because in your head is not built the voice of that language. And that's why what I'm saying is, like, reading is detrimental if you want a native level like understanding of that language, where you hear it in your head with the proper sounds and the mouth positions automatically associated with it. But if you learn, you can learn faster if that's your objective by having both the target language audio and the target language words. But I believe the only way to get, like, fluency with actual, like, loss of accent and being native level speaking is purely audio. But I have no evidence to this.
I can see it either way. I have a funny story. I don't know if I told this one on here. I was at a convention a few years ago with Molly down in Texas, and they had, like, an ice cream truck. And we both went up and got an ice cream. It was a really hot day when we were in Texas in the summer, and the ice cream just melted all over. It was like some kind of, like, black ice cream during the game or something. And we were getting ready to go to dinner. We looked down, we were just covered in ice cream. So we went back to our hotel room. We're like, okay, let's change clothes. And there was a housekeeper in our hotel room, like, cleaning the room. And I asked her, she, like, greeted us in Spanish. And I asked her, like, do you speak English? Hablo inglés. And she said no. And I was like, okay, wait, this is your time. 4.5 years of Spanish. You can convey that you need to change clothes. So I pointed to, like, the stains on my shirt and was like, we need a moment, necesitamos un minuto para ropa nueva. I was like, new clothes, is that good? Did I do it? And she's like, what? She's like, yeah, we need to change our clothes. I tried saying it again, and she was like, oh, okay. And then she kept doing what she was doing, and I was like, okay, I got something wrong. I need to try again. So I like tried again, and then she's like, I still didn't say it correctly. There was still no understanding. So we like we were like running like she just grabbed shirt and the rest of it changed. And I was like, what the hell she thought I said? We came back from dinner, and she had folded all of our dirty laundry. Just for some reason, the pile of dirty clothes, she folded them. And I was like, how did I get this so wrong? I swear I said we need new clothes because of my point of the stains. I know how to say stain, and it crushed me because after 4.5 years of Spanish, in the last year and a half, 2 years, we had to speak and listen in Spanish. We had to speak only in Spanish in class. I still was not very good at listening or speaking. I could read it, like you said, I could read it, no problem. But speaking and listening, trying to remember how to say certain things, hearing her speak back to me, it was like, oh god, she talks too something, room, time, like, you know, I could pick out like certain words, but I couldn't speak the whole sentence. It was like, dude, I know it's been like 8 years, but I took so many years of Spanish. How am I not able to listen? And you're 100% right. It's probably because I was so comfortable with the reading and writing that listening and speaking was definitely, I was nowhere close on those. Mark's hypothesis is confirmed. Confirmed! Now that is my 1 bit of evidence toward your claim. And I'm so sorry, lady, if you watch this podcast, I'm so sorry. I have a feeling. Dude, dirty underwear from a sweaty convention you should have never had to touch. I'm sorry.
She's sitting in her car, crashing into a shave ice stand right now, not understanding a word you're saying. Wait, maybe she's learned English at this point. I don't know. She didn't speak English. That doesn't mean she couldn't.
I cannot describe the horror of seeing dirty underwear and socks folded neatly that she, for some reason, thought I was requesting her to do.
I would love to know exactly what you actually said in an accurate translation.
She got home and she was like, I had the worst day.
No, so I took German. My dad studied German too in his educational pursuits, and we were in Germany at one point. We were on a family trip. We were in Germany. We were sitting at a cafe. It's bold. It feels bold to like speak a language in another country, right? Like I had never spoken German with Germans. I only talked to my teachers and classes and stuff. And I had a couple moments of like translating and speaking, you know, saying accents or something. But my dad was like nervous about it. I didn't want to do it. But he looked up, we were sitting at this cafe, and it was like, we were done eating, and it was like time to go, and he was like, I gotta say, check please, in German. He'd say, Rechnung means check, it means please. Super easy. It's correct, you know, sentence. We convey the sentiment, it's super easy. And he's sitting there, like, Rechnung. But and like sitting there, he's like working on it. He's like, yeah, I can do this. And the waiter like walks over and he like gets, you know, puts the hand up, gets attention, and the waiter is like, oh yeah, and he's just like, can I have the check, please? And like that was so good. And then that same trip, we're in another situation. We're at a place and like having a beer, you know, hanging out. It's the same thing. He's like, I know how to ask for a beer. Now how do you be a bitte? Now I be a bitte. But it's the same thing, and like it's all worked up. And the waiter comes by and he's like, oh, one more beer, please. Yeah, so he like turns southern. He's like, yo, can I get another Bud Light? So fucking funny. Like, yeah, you know what? It is really intimidating to be in another country. Well, and especially as an American, where my family, my dad, I look like my dad, right? And so we're like big, huge, tall, we're like giant Americans. We're so obviously Americans that it's like painful. And everybody outside of America expects Americans to be so fucking stupid. So it's like, it's not like if you say something and it's kind of wrong, you don't expect that, and we didn't have this, but you don't expect people to be like, oh, good try. Actually, yeah, no, I know what you mean. You expect people to just be like, stupid American thinks he speaks German, what an idiot. We never had that experience, but like, that's kind of how it feels. People fucking hate Americans, especially in Europe, in my experience. But yeah, my poor dad, he tried, man. It's a lot of pressure Okay, but also he probably hadn't actually studied business for like 40 years at that point. I don't even know if he did it in college. I think he did it in high school. But
It's gotta be worse for people coming here and going to restaurants than it is for us going to restaurants. I had a hard time not tipping waiters and waitresses in Europe, but I imagine people that come here and have never had to do that. It's gotta be the most confusing fucking thing to see like a line where you put more money in. It's like, it costs this.
well, imagine coming from a country where they include the tax in the price.
I was about to
In a
say,
lot of European places, it'll something will be like, this costs €9. That includes everything. When you go to the cash register, you hand them €9 or you swipe your card, and that's what it costs. In America, it's like a fucking mystery. You go up, it's like, well, this said it costs $6. Like, that'll be $9.60, please, plus tip, jerk. God damn. What do numbers mean? Why is this such a mystery? Could do that, America. Could just include the tax and the thing. You live in a place where the tax is always the same, except maybe if the law changes.
At least they do recommended tip a lot of places now, so at least that does that do.
I don't think that's better. I think we should pay people enough money that they don't require customers to be generous in order for them to pay their bills.
I agree with you, but at least for the customer's sake, it's a step in the right direction. Because at least they're reminded, like, you should tip. Do they have to tip? No, somebody should just pay better. But,
and I just want to be clear, I do tip. I'm not that guy who's like, I don't tip on principle. Because that's fucking awesome. You know, what if we just paid people enough money to live in a house with electricity and water?
crazy talk.
crazy. Can't believe this guy.
That's un-American, is what that is. Anyway, how is this about books?
Anyway, kids can't read.
This is about reading. Reading is the topic.
Kids can't read.
Kids can't read.
Wait, so I'm not a rapid reader, but I have, you know what? Have you guys ever had this where, like, something comes up and you're like, oh, I should try that book. Like, that sounds really good. It's, like, really popular or someone recommends it. And you just get sucked in. Like, the last time this happened to me was with the Ready Player One book. And, like, I guess that's very, like, I don't know if that's the movie was.
What do you think the problem is?
But the book, I think, is really good. It represents a world to me that could exist in a lot of ways, and it ties to reality in ways where I'm like, ooh, that's not a good path. Like, it's interesting. I read that book in one night. I picked it up and I was like, oh, I'll just read this before bed a little bit. And then at like 6 in the morning, I finished the book. Whoa, what happened? What the shit? I like couldn't stop reading it. Does that happen to you?
Oh my god.
Does not happen a lot to me, but when it happens, it's like I get sucked into another universe.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what makes reading addicting for people. It doesn't happen a lot. There are certain books that are just like so incredibly well written, or maybe it's not one of the greatest written, but it's just like it opens up a world you've never imagined before, and you just get sucked in, and that is nice. Like, it's a very nice feeling. It's just like it's so rare that it occurs. Very few and far between you actually find that one that really is gonna get there.
Growing up, there's a lot of controversy obviously now, but growing up for us, Harry Potter was a popular series, right? Like when the Harry Potter books would come out, I would always read those like the next day or that night. It was like go to the midnight release, get the book next day, read, done. The Hobbit. I've not actually read the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but reading The Hobbit, I actually did that for like 4 years in a row for book reports. I did the same book because I wanted to read The Hobbit as a kid.
Well, no. Listen, that sounds good and all, but I'm going to point out that maybe you were being lazy, or you're just trying to pull one over on your teachers there a little bit there, young lady.
The thing is, though, I actually reread the book each time.
Yeah, but it's not new. Just because you reread it doesn't mean it's different.
I think even as a kid, I realized, because like growing up, I liked reading the Animorphs, like in like first, second grade, the Animorphs series, and then there were obviously books that you read throughout life that you don't enjoy. I remember reading The Hobbit, and I was like, okay, this is like seen as being higher level than reading Animorphs. I can do a book report on this. And the next year it was like, I don't know any books. I know I like The Hobbit. I'll just do that again. I want to read that again. That was kind of my reasoning. It wasn't like to not read a new book. Because I did reread it each time. It was just because I knew I liked it. I wanted an excuse to read it again. Younger me was a lot less lazy than older me. I've gotten really bad in my older years. And I've got many, hopefully, older years left.
I don't know. Younger you seems pretty lazy, too, from the stories I'm hearing. That seems like it's the same level of laziness.
Because I learned after the first time of redoing The Hobbit, I was like, my teachers don't communicate. They don't know I did this.
See, that's the scheming part there. Yeah, see, that's
but
the
I didn't
part.
know that the first first time I redid it, I knew it was a gamble, but then I learned I was home free.
Speaking of being lazy students, did you ever, and if so, how many times did you guys ever do the Cliff Notes book report? Did you ever do this? Also, for the younger listeners out there, viewers, hopefully viewers, not listeners, Cliff Notes, back when we were kids,
Is it not?
I don't know, man, but like, it's, yeah, it's like a summary of the book, right? If you don't read the whole book, but you read the Cliff Notes, and then you're like, yeah, I read that. Did you guys do this?
I always did the reading. I was a good student, so I always did the reading. But there were times where I read something like, I don't remember, I think Heart of Darkness was like a tough, there were some books that were like tough reads. And there was like, was it Hemingway who kind of wrote in like Old English that was kind of transcriptal reading? There were a couple authors I remember, I read their stuff, and I finished and I was like, what the hell all just happened? And then I would go and look at those part notes and the clip notes to like refresh my memory and make sure that I actually was like comprehending the reading right. But I never relied exclusively on it.
So, number one, Cliff Notes is still a thing? Maybe? I'm not 100% sure. If you go to their website, it's like the oldest web-looking website I've seen in a while.
It was so advanced back in the day.
But I didn't do a Cliff Notes book report. One time when I was in 4th grade with that teacher that I didn't like, we had to do a book report. And I thought I read it. I really truly thought that I read the book. So I wrote a book report like in the morning. In the morning I was like, I read it last night, I'll write a book report, and I get it done. I got the assignment. I get that morning. You know, I didn't watch TV in the morning like I thought I usually do. Go to school, hand in the book report, like next day or later in that week, whenever the grading thing was, I get pulled outside the class. The teacher literally pulls me out of class like, I need to speak with you. Get outside in the hallway. And she like looms over me and like, I've seen bad books. She's like doing all the I've never seen the most inane bullshit rambling that you play your book report. And I'm like, the whole time I'm just I didn't realize I read a book report about the book. And then I'm like, how did you think you could get away with putting like time travel and random spaceships or whatever the hell I put in? And it was like a book about like the grapes of wrath or some book like that. And what happened was I had dreamed. I read the book. The night prior, I dreamed I read it. And that's what I thought the book was. All of my dream thoughts. So I woke up the next morning, oh man, I'm glad I read that book. And I wrote the book report.
And that's when Rosa Sharon beamed up into the Enterprise.
I wish that book report still existed, but I think she shredded it right in front of my face or something like that. I wish I could go back and read what that book report said because, man, I want to use the fanciful imagination that I had and somehow translated from my dream thoughts into a book report. So, yeah, dream notes. That's really the real source of reading a book. Yeah.
And what grade did you end up getting on that?
Oh, 0 grade? I don't know.
F minus.
The first F minus in recorded history.
Really, truly, yeah. So.
I read The Grapes of Wrath. It was okay. I made that was my first ever content I made, was Paul and reading The Grapes of Wrath. We made like a sequel movie that also existed. I would totally air that on YouTube.
I was in that class, and I think our movie did it.
Well, my question was just a trap, and I never did that either.
Yeah.
I'm not that kind of bad student.
Right.
Look, if I'm being super honest, it's a toss-up whether I actually read more of the books or actually just Cliff Notes more of the books in high school. I gotta be real honest, guys. It's probably good I didn't become a lawyer, because I don't think you can Cliff Notes law stuff.
I don't think I ever did that. The one book I wish I had, and I will forever rip on it, is The Scarlet Letter. There has never been a worse piece of literature I have read in my life, including like looking at like 5th grade papers when we had to trade papers and read each other's papers. I would rather read someone who didn't care at all than ever read Daniel Hawthorne's fucking Scarlet Letter again. I had 3 books I had to read one summer. I had A Prayer for Owen Meany, The Scarlet Letter, and I don't remember what the third one was. A Prayer for Owen Meany was like a thick book. The Scarlet Letter was like 100 pages, decent sized words. I was like, dude, I will read this in one afternoon. Something about that book was the ultimate melatonin. I would read 4 lines lines and fall the fuck asleep. No matter, I would drain like 3 sodas, I'd sit up, I wasn't even laying back, I'd open that book up and Arthur Dimmesdale, the reader must know, and his dear Hester Prynne took their little pearl and every fucking time.
I didn't read that book, but I watched the movie, and I thought Emma Stone did a great job.
Didn't see the movie. The movie's probably great. The story's probably great. But something about every 4 fucking lines having to read the phrase, the reader must know, took me out. I could not get into it. And I swear to you, I'm pretty sure that line is in there a whole bunch. Couldn't tell you, because I can only read 3 lines at a time of that fucking book. It took me all summer to read that book. The other 2 books, I read both in the same week.
Were you talking about Easy A?
Yeah, the movie adaptation of The Scarlet Letter is called Easy A, starring Emma Stone.
I thought you were reading the book real quick to see what actually says all this thing.
No, I saw the movie. 2010's comedy romance movie, Easy A, starring Emma Stone, Penn Badgley, Amanda Bynes, Stanley Tucci, and Lisa Kudrow.
Isn't there actually a Scarlet Letter movie adaptation?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, I don't want to watch that. That sounds awful.
The story's probably fine. It's just the way it was written was not my... It was the worst thing I'd ever read in my life. I could not get into it at all. A Prayer for Owen Meany, I was like, okay, this sounds like it has some kind of religious context. I'm not a big religion guy. I'm going to hate this book. I was like, this was enjoyable. I'd read that again. That was fine. But the Scarlet Letter was the one I started with. I was like, let's get the small one out of the way first. It took me like 2.5 of our 3 months off to get through that fucking book. Every day I would read 3 lines, and it was like I wanted to bash my head against a brick wall. Never had more pain in my life than trying to get through that book.
I feel like everyone that I've ever talked to about reading in high school has that exact sentiment that you have, but it's always about a different book.
Catcher in the Rye, maybe? That's one of the ones people read?
No, like it's all books.
Oh,
okay. Each individual just has some book where that's the one that they feel the way that you feel about Scarlet Letter. Because you could have that exact same conversation and just insert any book, and they're just like, Holden Caulfield, wandering through a straw field, well, what a late, whatever. I did actually read Catcher in the Rye, but I sincerely don't remember 90% of it. I think it's fair to not like old books, but
some of them I think were fine. That one, for some, just the way that one
it's
broke
okay.
the fourth
It's
wall
okay,
off to me, it was like, leave me the fuck alone, Nathaniel. Get back to the goddamn story. Half your book is saying the reader must fucking know. I know I must know. That's why I'm reading.
It can't hurt you now, Wade.
It can. It does. Dude, it haunts me.
You could just stop thinking about it. You don't have to think about it. No one is going to give you a quiz. It's okay.
Anyway, next time I win, I'm going to make it about Nathaniel Hawthorne. That'll be the topic, and we're going to go...
And Mark just lost all of his points. It's going to go deep into the lore of... Dude, it's just going to be me raging for like an hour. That's all it will be.
I don't get why people need to read the older books in school. I get there's some historically important books, and they have, like, topical relevant things for historical reasons, but also I agree with you. Some of those books are just plain old boring. Especially compared to, like, culturally relevant things today.
Mark wants English class to read only books in the Warhammer universe.
How much better would we be all? How much better would we be as a society? All worshipping the God Emperor of mankind as we should, and learn about the dangers of chaos. It's all in there.
The only thing I know about Warhammer 40k is the story told about the one planet where the orcs that live on it believe anything that you say or do is real, and so instead of having guns, they just go like this, and they're all, and the guys are all, they die.
Well, I mean, that's like not just one planet, and also there's a general misconception about the orcs.
Whatever. You told me the story. You corrected them.
Whoa! It's just the orcs are the best, like, book subject. The books about the orcs, specifically written by Mike Brooks, like, they're really, really, really funny. I just really am entertained by those stupid fucking orcs. They're great. I love everything about them. Or smart. They're actually very smart.
I know some lore about them, but not enough to have a good conversation. Catch-22 was a great book. I love Catch-22. Well, that one's got to be after at least World War I. That's how it's old.
I did like that book. I read that book.
All the King's Men was a good one. There's a bunch of good ones I read. To Kill a Mockingbird I read in 6th grade. I don't think I fully understood it, but I like that book too.
Hey, wait, guys, can we do a test?
Yes.
The book series about the family of bears. The Berenstain Bears. Does that sound right to you?
I don't know. I know this thing, but I don't know which one.
This is like a Mandela effect thing.
Yeah, the Berenstain.
Apparently it's
Yay.
and I definitely was in the Berenstain. Yeah.
I wonder if that was just us being like Midwesterners and pronouncing things how we wanted to.
Probably. But I don't know. At this point, even now, I don't know which one's the correct one, and I can't say anything with confidence about it.
Whatever. Did you guys ever get any of those? I will say, I was a boxcar children kid.
I read those too. Yeah, I like those.
I love the boxcar. That was one of the ones where I'd buy that from like the book fair. I would buy the new boxcar children's books. I love those books.
I don't even know what that is.
The boxcar children? It's like I honestly I don't remember a lot of detail now. But like they were like orphan kids who lived in an abandoned boxcar from like a train car type thing. But yeah, they like solved the mystery type thing.
I love Choose Your Own Adventure.
Some of those were good. I had the Hotel Moriarty or whatever it was called. I don't know. I always got so pissed off because somehow I always ended up in the hotel room. I ate the candy and died.
Could you just not have eaten the candy, or was that not a choice?
Yeah, but it sounded good. It was like they put candy on the pillow, and I was like, can't say no.
You get back to the exact same page with your smudgy little fingerprints all over it. It's all crumpled up from your angry outrage from the last 10 times you got in. You're like, the candy sounds so good. What if it's different? What if it's different? What if something different happens this time? I'll eat the candy. God damn it!
I don't know if there's actually a good ending in that book or not. I always fucking died.
Yeah, you can just read any page you want at any moment.
I feel like this is indicative of how you approach video games to this day, because I swear every time you try to do something in a video game, you just fall into the same exact trap. As you are now is exactly what you were then, is what we're discovering.
No. I'm bald.
Are you sure you weren't bald then?
You've always been bald. This is like my sixth sense moment. Some bald people don't know they're bald. Looking in the mirror and their hair just disappears.
Gotta be real with you, Goosebumps was too scary for me as a kid. Honest to God. I liked some of the books, but some of them, I don't remember specifically which one. I remember reading one and getting to the end and nope, no more Goosebumps, too much.
I found myself less scared of that.
Honestly, I've never actually read any of the Goosebump books. My sister has.
Show or books ever did.
I haven't.
I also watched like scary horror movies a lot younger than I probably should have. I was exposed to a lot of things as a kid I probably should have been, but Goosebumps was like, this is kid stuff as I'm a kid reading it.
In conclusion, me and books, not so true. Unless it's really goddamn good. I'll never know because I refuse to read. It's the catch-22 of it all.
You get bonus points. I like that.
How many points do I have?
Currently less than Bob. I just gave him points. Molly should Catch Her in the Rye was the one she couldn't say. That's what I thought about. Catch Her in the Rye. Never read that one. I guess let us know what books you like or didn't like.
Talk about the ones you don't like, let's be honest.
I mean, well, I don't know. I'm interested in both because I wouldn't mind picking up a book and reading it. I need
Which books make you absolutely enraged?
What is your Scarlet Letter? Mark, any clever things you want to say for last minute point?
I think that anyone that doesn't read is dumb.
Bob, how does it make you feel?
If you has look at a book, you might not even know why you had to do that. That's a Brian Regan joke about the debate over reading, and I'm on the side of not reading, apparently.
Did you know, I came across the actual illiteracy stat. There's actually a surprising amount of people that can't read, which I found fascinating in an era where almost everyone consumes online content, and I know that's not actually everything, but nationwide, 79% of U.S. adults are literate. 21% of people cannot read. 54% adults who are literate read below a 6th grade level. So more than half of the population of adults read at a level that would not pass the 7th grade.
I think it really depends on what part of the country you're in and what your life is, too, though. I will say the illiterate thing, the standard for that, if I remember correctly, being illiterate does not mean that you have no idea what the hell those mystical symbols mean, and you walk into like a grocery store and you're like, oh, how much does this cost? Like you can look at a thing and like you know a word, you can see numbers, and you know it. Like it doesn't. It means you can't read like literature. You can't read prose. Doesn't mean you can't comprehend basic stuff. If you live in a world where you help on the farm instead of going to school sometimes, and you've got a job, you know, machining or welding or whatever, like I'm terrible at math. I probably do math below a middle school level if I had to guess. I can't even add shit together sometimes. I think it depends how much you use it. And if you live in a world where you don't read at work, you don't really need to read, you know, to get by, to know what you're doing online. You read words or phrases, but you don't read like, you know, extended prose. Is it that bad? I mean, it'd be great if everyone read, because reading is a great way to learn and explore yourself more stuff. But that statistic might be misleading. And
my grandpa never learned to read. My grandma always like read the mail to him and stuff like that. So whenever she passed away, it was like he had to figure out how to look through like mail and letters and stuff because he just never had to learn to read.
It's just such a fascinating thing, and I bet like some of these statistics are influenced, by people that don't speak English as a first language, come here, and then obviously they can't read English.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so that's definitely a method by which it is. But I also like in hilarious side of things, there are many celebrities, and I'm not going to name names just in case like these are just violent rumors that are horribly untrue. But there's some celebrities that people suspect can't read and have somehow just skated by, skated by with never being able to actually read anything. And I know there are people out there that are embarrassed by the fact that they can't read, and they get by in everyday life going there. But I do think that it's a big detriment. Reading, especially nowadays with so many things being online, is such a default thing.
Yeah, well, growing up the way we did, it's hard to even imagine a world where you aren't forced to do that. There's no version of the life that we grew up in where you don't just learn to read because you have to go to school, and that's part of that. You don't get to pass the next grade unless you read some shit. Yeah. But that's not ubiquitous. Well, and I can also understand why people would be embarrassed. I'm sure that I do the same energy, and I don't mean to. People are so judgy about it. I wouldn't really care if I was interacting with someone and I learned that they couldn't read. Clearly, we're having a conversation, we're interacting. Like, it doesn't mean that you're not smart. It means probably that you come from a world that I don't understand, where school was not as important when you were a kid or whatever. But, like, I imagine a lot of people get a lot of shit for that coming up. Especially if you like actors, right? If you come from somewhere where you learn to read, but then you're an actor, so you're like in Hollywood or whatever. I don't think a lot of Hollywood comes from a place where reading was optional. And they come from a place more like where we come from, where it's like you went to school, you graduated high school, whatever, maybe you went to college, like reading was just sort of assumed as a thing everyone did. So yeah, I would imagine you get a lot of shit for that, pretty much regardless of context. I can see that being a sore spot for people. But it's okay, man. I can only barely read, and I can't do math, so I don't know if you judge anybody.
I read great, and I'm good at pretty much everything I do except for art.
Look, I went to law school, and I made it out of there, but I still am not sure how or why they let me graduate. And there's a reason I chose not to become a lawyer.
I've got, like, maxed out stats, except for being able to draw and being able to have hair. Otherwise, I'm, like, perfect.
You're so awesome, man.
You're so great. You're the best.
Thank you. You know what? 10 points to me.
We all just wish we could be as good as you are.
I have been adding points throughout. I gotta say, somehow, you guys, through all this talk, have tied it up again. So we have a tied score.
Even though you deleted all my points?
Can I lick your butt cheeks for you?
Can you lick my butthole for me?
Can I throw my nose in there and just give you a kiss right in the booty?
You can if you want.
Does that get me pumped?
No.
I love it cold, man. It's a strong lick.
I just figured we'd come down to one of our favorite things. The wheel.
I thought we were done with it!
I can't read. I don't know what this wheel's gonna say, so...
Why are there so many colors?
And why, I don't get why the distribution is like this. Why isn't
Mark, Bob, Wade is on there.
It's literally just randomized.
That's a pattern. It's just a stupid pattern.
I feel like if fair distribution is blah, 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 one after another.
It's an even amount of things. It doesn't matter if it's equally... You guys just want to see the pattern. I
I
get
got
it.
a bad feeling. That's how patterns work. Patterns are things you can see.
There is like a 48% chance either one of you can win, and whatever percent this is, 5, 10, I don't know.
It doesn't look like that small of a percentage. I gotta be
Mine
real
should be
honest.
smaller. I think I changed it because maybe you guys pissed me off last time or something, or maybe I just felt like I really deserved to win.
Well, I hope you win, Wade. You deserve it. Such an angelic being like yourself.
Well, no host has ever given themselves the win before. We do have that power, so I guess we'll...
Oh, that's that thing that he was saying. That's that thing.
Did I tell you? I've solved it. I know what causes it. Also, Will, I don't know what I just shared, so you might need to hire whoever that is. You might need to hide that. Blur the screen. What was up there? So, I have a new keyboard, and my keyboard has buttons along the left side of it. And when I grab my water bottle, I've noticed the bottom of my water bottle, like, taps the keyboard. And where I do it, it perfectly hits this stupid-ass button that does that.
So you were just accidentally hitting the keyboard.
I don't even know what side key.
Do you mean like physically sticking out the side, or like just on the far left edge of the top of the keyboard?
Can you see how there's like buttons here?
Oh, you literally mean on the side?
Yes, there's like
three buttons there. That is super weird. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I had no reason to suspect that was a thing. But there's 3 buttons. I don't know what the other 2 do. I'm too afraid to touch them. I somehow only ever...
Oh, push them right now. Push them right now. Push them right now. Push them right now. Oh, no, what was that? What was that?
Pressed the other one.
What's the other one?
The other one was the scary looking one, and I just like...
What's the other one?
Anyway, hope we had lots of good blurring there, because I don't know what I just shared.
What is all this stuff?
My points. You want my point sheet? There you go.
Wow.
It's good you got a whole document up just for that.
I don't save it. I delete it.
You know, Notepad exists. Sticky notes, even. You can just use that.
I'm a WordPad kind of guy, because there's a W in it. I like W. Anyway, let's see who wins.
Where even is the pointer? How do we tell who wins? Oh, it's at the top. Okay. Yay!
And all is right in the world, I guess, because we're back to fair chance. Bob, do you want best 2 out of 3? I'll spin 2 more times.
Yes. Yes, I do.
All right, best 2 out of 3.
I would Mark wins this one again. There's no chance I win this.
Wait, I didn't agree to best 2. All right.
3 out of 5.
No, I don't
Let's
agree
keep
to any of
keep
this.
it rolling.
Keep it rolling. We all agree. Hey, Bob won one. All right.
I don't know how
I just like spinning the wheel, man. I just like clicking the button. Oh, 2-2.
Oh, it's tied. Hey, there is balance in the universe. Would you look at that?
One wheel to spin them all.
Wait, what happens now if Wade wins? Do you just win instantly, or do you have to get the 3 out of 5 as well?
I hope we don't have to find out. And the winner of this episode is Bob! Mark, unless you want best of 7.
You do have the power to unilaterally call for 4 out of 7. If I have the power, you have the same power. I'll grant you
I'm
that.
sorry, but I don't kill.
3 seconds to decide.
No, okay, here, I'll flip a coin to decide whether I'll do that.
Even more fair. Did we do best of 7? Let's coin
see,
flip.
do I go for 7? Let me pull up my coin app.
Let's let fate decide.
All right, fate's going to decide. Heads, I go for 5 of 7, 4 of 7. What is it?
4 of 7. 4 out of 7.
Huh? Hey, blue. I don't go for it. Tails.
The coin has spoken.
I honestly can't believe that. I was pretty sure you were going to win that, and then you were going to win 2 more in a row, and then that was going to be the end of it.
That's it.
I earned that win.
Good.
I did. I made choices that led to me winning. I did that.
In a precedent I definitely won't live to regret, you guys can always ask for more spins.
No.
I just like spinning the wheel.
You can spin the wheel on your own.
I do spin it on my own. I have a wave wheel. I just spin this wheel. There's 10 inputs of Wade.
I'm so sure that that's actually real that I love it.
Bob, you have a winner's speech?
Well, it feels good to win. You know, it feels really good to earn a lot of points, more points than Mark. More points than Mark could ever hope to earn, really. And, you know, it's rewarding to put the hard work in, to play by the rules, and to ultimately get what you deserve in the end of everything. And, you know, I think Mark also got what he deserved. He deserves to lose.
He probably would have won. I took points away from him when he asked me to, but I thought his language conversation was so good. He just kept earning points.
That's right. That's right.
You got to keep playing. You're never out of it, you know?
Never out of it. Even at the end when the winner's been declared, you're never out of it.
Even when the judge has said that you lost the episode, and that seems to be the end.
We have precedent. Remember the episode called Bob Wins This Episode? We've seen it before.
You just got to keep playing by the rules, and you can succeed. It's never over. That's what I've learned. That's how I view the world. That's how I approach everything I do. So, congratulations to me above everyone else, and great game, everybody. Great game.
Great game.
Mark, what's your speech for being the not winner?
I have so many dramatic opinions about reading that I didn't share in this episode because I knew the best would come for later. I eagerly look forward to reading part 2 because I know that's where we always save the content for. So look forward to it. I'm glad I held back because my amazing reading stories, I want to milk this content for everything that it's worth. And you're only going to get it once we decide you deserve it, which you don't. You don't. You, one Reddit user, want you specifically.
I love that we have a million people that watch this, and this one person, everyone, there's so many criticisms probably this podcast. That one person has cursed us so hard, we will never forgive you. We will milk this till the day we die.
Be careful what you wish for, or also wish the opposite for, because we're gonna give it to you, viewer listeners.
We're milking their criticism of our milking of content for the end, for content. That's the episode. Congrats, Bob. Mark, you should have asked for more spins. Can't be just point flip. You should have never left it up to chance.
If regrets are regrets, then you can't make bets against the regrets that you have left.
That's what they always say. If you guys haven't already, go follow us. Mark, Markiplier, Bob Meister. He's moving to Ohio soon. Make sure you sub to his YouTube and follow him on Twitch for that extra shout out for moving to Ohio. Bonus point. I'm Wade. You can find merch, maybe, probably, hopefully.
It's out there, unless it's sold out again.
Store at distractablepodcast.com. I bought some, and I had it shipped to the wrong address. Merch, we got it. You want it. Go buy it. And I guess stay tuned for the next one when Bob will host, and I'm sure great things will happen. Until then. Podcast out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mum and Dad Show. I am with Child today. Dickie doesn't like holding him during the show because she can't think and be powerful and speak her mind.
Wait, hold on.
Your mic on?
Maybe it's for the best.
Do you know,
there we go.
Do you know who disconnected your mic? No, not Pepper. Me. I did it the other day because I needed to use that microphone for something. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour to be here. And
Why the fuck didn't you just go to Distractable tier list, you fucking dickhead? Dickheads. Fucking Spotify. This is why I don't use Spotify to listen to music. It would go into the wrong fucking playlist. If I made a playlist on Spotify, it would fucking select the wrong one. The fucking the fucking shit hasn't, the podcast isn't fucking done.
Singer-making Mark mentions his neighborly spending pensions, and Shakira Lovely Wade restarts the Cannoli War and threatens to quit the podcast. From Bob's Bridge to the ship of Theseus. Yes, it's time for the Distractable. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy.
Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Distractable, the show where I'm the host because I won the last episode. I am joined today by my competitors, Mark and Wade.
Hey, what's up, gang?
You don't have to say hi. No, stop, shut up.
Hey,
no,
boys,
shut up.
My guy
Mute him. Editors, mute Mark.
and gal out there, I spend my children.
Look at my ass. That's all I remember about that. I don't remember the rest of it.
You're supposed to follow that up with a look. This show, I'm the host. They're competing. Whoever wins this episode hosts the next one. That's the idea. And I give out points. And boy, do I have an absolute ripper of an episode.
I would have had a better one.
You might have had a better one.
Because this win was stolen from me.
You know what, Mark?
Yeah.
If you're ready to host an episode right now, it's all you, buddy.
No, I'm good.
I didn't think so.
Pass.
What about me? I can host you.
Nah, pass. Yeah, so before we get into my topic, which I spent a lot of time creating, I have a whole document written up here. We traditionally do a little small talk. So, you know, how's it going? How you guys been? How's it hanging? Which way? That's the way.
A little left.
How sweaty? You know.
Not very cold.
Tipping into the fourth dimension.
It sounds painful.
Only slightly. Only slightly. But I have news about my life that is pertinent to your life.
Breaking news!
Bob, me, both? No, not you, Wade. Talking to the person in charge. Futurama's back!
Hell yeah.
I haven't watched any of it. But Futurama has returned officially.
Is it released?
Yeah.
Are they started to... Oh, I didn't know that.
As of people watching this episode, well, okay, all right, it's not released. As of people watching this episode, when this comes out, it will be out. No, yeah, maybe.
We're right now, Wade. What are you talking about?
But you're in the future. When is now?
Now is now. It's not a question. When is now? It's right now. That's exciting though. They've already had to like survive being canceled and do a reboot, and it was good. God, I hope it's good again. I don't know what will happen to my soul if the new Futurama stuff is just awful. I feel like I won't be able to bring myself to continue to watch it if the first couple episodes are just like tragically bad.
Name a show that was good, ended, and then came back bad. Supernatural. But other than like naming one, can you think of one?
Probably one of the Futurama returns from when it was canceled and then came back. They weren't all bangers. Let's be honest.
Look, they weren't all amazing, but they're all watchable. Okay, I love Bender's big score. Actually, I think that's really good. And the Evo bit is fine.
I feel like that fantasy, couple of fantasy episodes was just like Matt Groening building, wanting to do, and then spun off to, he actually made like that fantasy show, I don't remember what it is.
Disenchantment, yeah. That's an okay show. It's a pretty good show.
I feel like it's all just mashed together. So unless Matt Groening has like really pounded the pavement and has been just sitting on gold for when this final reboot, definitely the final one, occurs.
The phrase pounding the pavement, I've heard pounding the tuna. Pounding the pavement is something else.
You've heard pounding the tuna? What does that mean?
That's when you get it ready to be eaten.
No!
What? Pounding the tuna?
Pounding the pavement is a very commonly used phrase, as far as I know.
Oh, it's a Team 4 Star. You know that Wade's entire like personality comes from Team 4 Star. It's from that. I had to Google it.
Okay, mister, every joke I made in the 2015 was a Game Grumps reference.
What?
I used to think you were so clever. You used to tell jokes with Mom and I when you would record. I'd be like, how does Mark come up with this stuff? And then Mom and I watched some Game Grumps and like some of those jokes that you said like popped up and I was like, but this was before Mark said it.
No. I'm glad that you remember every single thing I say and also that I'm hilarious. So that's the only thing I'm going to take from this conversation. Because we all know Game Grumps doesn't exist. I don't even know what that is.
They did.
What are you talking about, man?
Do we? How far in the future is now?
Huh? What do you mean, man?
It's right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we're recording this from our dimension, our reality. The Twin Towers are still standing, proud.
We're... Okay, Bob, I defer to you.
Al Gore was president in 2000. Our universe is what it is.
We could have a whole discussion about how many people do not know anything pre like 2010, and it hurts my soul. Think about how old we've become.
How many people don't know anything pre 2010?
We are getting older.
People that are 13 or younger.
Do you think they'd never hear about history at all?
What's a printing press? Am I right? I keep seeing jars of, what is this? Peanut butter. No idea where that's from.
It was like, nothing is better than just you being afraid of people being ignorant while just being completely ignorant. What do you mean? To what people even know?
Well, it's different to like read something versus experience.
It's different back in my day when I knew things. When I was 13, I understood and comprehended the entire human history.
We're getting older. That's
Part 3.
We didn't even do part 2.
Yeah, well, we're still old. Wait for God.
Can you redo part 2? No.
We're getting older.
How are you, Wade? Mark's doing great.
Oh,
Thanks.
good.
What's the summary of what you said?
This is probably old news now, but Bob and I were talking before we went live about Baldur's Great games. They're so good. They're great games, even. Baldur's Gate 3, and how the sales of that game went up after they announced you could have bear sex or something in there. And I don't know if I've streamed the game in the meantime. I might have, but that was then. But the game itself apparently like the company's been like, oh, you can't expect other games to follow suit. They've done all these things. So apparently other game studios are afraid of it. I don't know. I'm interested in playing Baldur's Gate 3 now, and that was before the bear sex thing. That just intrigues me a little bit further that that's there. Like, what else?
No, sure. Yeah, it's like, no, that's scary. Did that wake something up for you?
I won't play the game. I don't know. I like RPGs, so if it's a good RPG, it's been a while since I played it really good.
I don't like that. There is a lot of hype around it. So
I don't like anything that Wade just said. I want to put that out there. And I said some questionable things like a couple sentences prior.
Mark is a big anti-Baldur's Gate. That's what we're doing.
I don't even know what Baldur's... Like, I know it was a game that came out some time ago. I never played it. I never understood it. I don't care about it. I think it probably was a bad game then, and it's a bad game now.
It was a Baldur's Gate 3 plummet.
Did you see that I was trending because I talked about Hello Neighbor on a stream?
Is that why you were trending? I took advantage of it.
No, I was trending for various reasons. There was various things going on that time.
I thought it was because it was like Lixie and birthday or something, and then
I used the chance to plug Distractable.
I noticed that. I really noticed that.
You retweeted it.
Oh, yeah, no, but I noticed it.
You're welcome.
How do you know where they are?
Anyway, there was very...
You're most likely making shit up just so you can kill humans. You piece of shit.
Oh, Hello Neighbor, right.
Yeah, what was your hot take on Hello Neighbor?
I mean, pretty much the same take that everyone has is that it's bad. And that's what I said, and everyone was like,
oh! What happened with Hello Neighbor? So it came out, and it was like the mystery, the intrigue, everyone loved it. And then like it fully came out, and everyone was like,
no, it wasn't even that it fully came out and people were like, fuck this game. By the third update, the game was just so fundamentally broken and was getting worse with every iteration because it was trying to lean into this, oh, there's a big mystery, and the mystery is this guy has a glowy basement. That's it. Turns out his basement just as weird as his house.
So they had a concept of mystery, then they tried to fill the mystery to never live up to expectations, so they kept it weird.
Yeah, Matt Pat put it best when his wife were like on the screen.
Is he real?
Matt Pat, of course, he mentioned it. So like, yeah, they're making a prequel because people didn't get the story of the first game. And then Matt Pat said, oh, I got it, I just didn't care. And it's like, that's the thing, is like there's nothing of substance. And so people were just like looking at that like, oh man, he put the death sentence on the game. And I'm like, how are people playing it and being like, whoa, you know, how? I don't get it.
You're gonna play the prequel though, right?
Huh? Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't wait for that. But also people were like, how can you like Garten of Banban and not like Hello Neighbor? And I'm like, because Garten of Banban was a completable experience. It had
True.
a beginning and an end, and sometimes that's my basic requirement for a game.
Was there a middle?
Yes, actually, there was a middle, and it worked. And also, it was improving with each iteration. By the time the third chapter rolled out, it was improving. Because it was made by just a couple of dudes, and they were getting better at it. And I'm like, since when? And I know people were all up in arms about it. They were like, or it's a cash grab. And I'm like, who cares? If people want to buy the merch, then that's fine. What is wrong with that? I don't get what's wrong with that. we sell merch at store.distractablepodcast.com.
We do.
Yeah, like, I don't get why people are so animalistically opposed to it, which made me get entrenched in the idea of, like, well, fuck all you guys, I'm going to support this made by an indie developer, an actual indie developer, you know, where it's just a couple of people. I was like, why are people kicking down this thing? People try to make games all the time. Long time ago, I played a game and I did chat on it. Like, this is when I was in my second year of doing YouTube, because it was bad. And then I realized, because it really, really hurt the development field. Like, it really did. And I realized how much my words impacted it. And I realized that was their first attempt at making a game. And if you're going to shit on someone for their first attempt at making a game, and I don't know if Gordon Van Dam was their first attempt, then it's like, you gotta like hold back a little bit. And you notice I didn't say these Hello Neighbor opinions back when it was coming out. I said it many years later, after it's been very clear that they've been milking this shit for a very long time. That's like, I don't know why people pay it.
So we
I
milk
destroyed
it,
their
so
supplies and
okay.
equipment.
Oh God, yeah. When I use the milking, it's 100% A-okay. 100%.
Well, to be fair, we're milking almost nothing, and you get what you milk.
I promise you,
My grandpa.
they're no threat.
You underestimate them.
Try and milk
Yes, you've taken their means of striking now, but they would regroup and find more weapons. All you have done is delay the inevitable.
No, chickens don't have nipples. You know why?
Because they're not mammals?
Yes.
What do you think they're feeding those eggs with, Mark? They're eating and the egg is all...
Fuck you. There's probably got a good reason for rebelling against definitely you, because you're a piece of fucking you're a piece of Isu waste.
Okay. Obviously.
Baby's one.
Stork, dumbass.
Found.
Fucking garbage cunt. You just want them to. You just want to have an excuse for killing humans, you piece of shit. That's all you fucking want, is an excuse
Anyway, that's my dramatic opinion.
to exterminate
Doing
humans.
so well. It sounds like everything's going great personally.
But what would you do if there were no humans, mate? You wouldn't do fuck all. You wouldn't have anything to do. So, of course, your fucking logic is stupid. Fucking piece of shit.
No, I wasn't trying to massage a segue in anything. There's no segues for this, because it's time to get to the topic, and boy, am I excited about this one, because it's everyone's favorite. It's time for a tier list. Oh!
Hey, I like those.
But not just any tier list.
Just because your class is a so-called god to humans doesn't make you better than them, you shithead. Fucking assholes.
Yeah, we're climbing towards the 100. Yeah, we should do a special for the 100th episode.
You have godlike powers. You think you're fucking better than anybody else. Fuck off.
So it's not episodes, but we're gonna do a tier list of bits that we've done. So we're gonna talk. I have a list I posted on the subreddit, and it got 800.
Superman has godlike powers, and he doesn't act like he's better than everybody else.
Not bits. That was just a thing that happened in the episode. But I pulled out what I think are most of the bits that were most requested. If I miss any, I'm sure the subreddit will tell me. But we're gonna go through some of our iconic bits from the show, and we're gonna tier list ourselves.
We're going to tell you what you enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. No, we're evaluating our own bits. We know when we finish a bit and that we go, that was a real stinker of a bit. Yeah, we really dragged our way through there.
When I was making this, I started, like, all the popular ones came up first, right? And I was like, these are pretty good. Oh, they can't all be. And then I got lower into the thing, to the deeper cuts. I was like, yeah, there's some BCs in here, aren't there? There's some bottom half.
I'm pretty sure everything I say is platinum gold.
Yeah, but there's 3 of us, so it can't all be.
That's true. Yeah. My back is sore for a reason on this show.
You're getting older. S tier.
Oh, that is on here. S tier. We're getting older. S tier bit.
No.
Wait, honestly, that was one of the ones I was going to start with. That's one of the longest running ones.
Do we have a visual for this, or are we just doing it all?
You need a visual?
Do you want to see what I've prepared?
We've done so many tier lists before. Well, I guess even when we did it audio, there was a visual when we were doing even if we didn't have video.
Here, I prepared an extravagant tier list for us, guys.
Whoa! Oh. Oh! Wow!
Let me get my readers. We could just leave this on full. Oh, you want to see it? Oh no, don't worry.
Wow.
Don't worry, I got it.
There we go. I zoomed in on my screen.
Here, look. We'll just make that 100 and what's the biggest size? 99 is the 99 is the biggest size.
Wade, love of words.
Oh no!
Oh no! Undo! Undo!
How do I undo?
Undo! Execution to me.
Every experience in life should be a lesson, including death. You've been to the underworld, so I know you understand what these fools do not.
You asked me to help the Archons. I did. Their problems are solved.
Their problems only existed because they couldn't perform the duties their roles demanded.
You're going to murder your brothers? For what?
For order, for peace, for Atlantis.
For Atlas, you mean?
I am the rightful heir to Atlantis. I should be the Vicastis. I cannot defy Poseidon's will, but these fools don't deserve their power. I'll be a better Archon in their stead.
Killing your brothers is a waste. Teach them to learn from their mistakes, and they'll do whatever you say. They can't do that if they're dead.
I watched you help my brothers. You always found solutions that tried to preserve life. Some of my kind view humans as a resource to be sacrificed. If we want them to progress, we must be an example.
We all look up to someone. I think they look up to you.
Wise, Vicastis. I respect your decision for the moment.
So what now?
If you're going to one day rule the city, Cassandra, you're going to have to learn a very important lesson.
That's what I get for helping you? A lecture?
Just some words of advice. Nothing in Atlantis is what it seems at face value. This city is old, and those that call it home are even older. You have helped me, Vicastis, and for that, you have my thanks.
This isn't over, Atlas.
On the contrary, I'm done here.
These devices are incredible. I almost feel like I can hear them speaking to me.
So, now what? That's it. Oh. I was gonna say, if that's it, then that's a pretty short fucking quest. That's a pretty short fucking episode. But no, let's continue on. Got a key fragment, wonder what it's for. Alright.
Undo more! Controls. Oh, don't worry, guys. I'll fix it. Okay, that was the only word left.
Did you have more than that at the bottom?
No, I'm pretty sure that's missing a few. Let me just type the ones I remember.
Oh, is undo not working?
No, there is no undo. What do you mean? It's right there. No, I was hitting undo.
Oh, okay.
That was undoing what I had typed. There's no redo. I can't undo the undo. There's only further undoing.
Well, that's what you get for using Notepad, not WordPad.
Notepad is superior. Why? I don't know.
I love this. Yeah, what are all the people listening with audio going to do?
I've been training to become like you.
Listed,
But
okay?
training isn't
People who need to
enough.
understand
You're
this.
more than a
Audio
warrior.
only.
The blood of gods runs through your veins.
Nice shit, Chef.
In Atlantis.
The issue may as well be the divine powder. Cold,
I will show you the tier list
indifferent to the
we have
people
nothing on it
beneath
yet,
them.
so there's nothing to
But
remember
it's not
yet.
just
It's
the
just a
blood that
normal
makes
tier
you
list
special, is
with
it?
S, A, B,
There's
C,
something
D.
else.
Well,
we're getting there.
I'm talking about this. Your spear.
We're gonna start with the one that Mark recommended. We're getting older. A classic tier list. Woo! That was the inspiration.
showing off for me, are you?
Just a little. Are you
We
impressed?
reference it. We do. We do reference it. That is a very long last.
You're strangely
It's gotta be
charming.
at least A. Doesn't
For a
make it
thief.
S tier just because we go fast.
Flattering. But we have business to attend to, Justice.
So, what do you want from me?
I'm involved with Atlas. He's afraid of taking the relationship public. He says his enemies would exploit me as his weakness, so he keeps me a secret.
Wait, you're in love with Atlas?
From my experience, I'm not sure Isu meant true love. Nevertheless, I need to make him see that I can be his strength. Our partnership might be a key to bridging the gap between Isu and humans.
Your love is strategic.
If we take the relationship public, we could marry and I could rule the district by his side, influence policy and ease the tension between the two groups. But so long as I am merely human, it can never be.
Why do I have a feeling I'm gonna live in the next?
That's why I want to be like you.
I like that. I'm trying to get some ones to sort of set the pace here. This one I think is pretty popular. It's one of my favorites.
You seem very passionate about Atlantean politics.
Atlas doesn't approach the human and Isu conflict with compassion or humanity. I believe I can bring that compassion.
That's A or S. I don't believe it ghosts.
I feel like if I had one for every episode and they were all
Someone so ready to kill his own brothers hardly strikes me as husband's material.
Atlas is like any Isu, aloof and unchanging. That's why we make a good team.
Yeah,
I
honestly,
bring
the
out
more there are,
his
the more chances you have to
humanity.
miss. I think the thing is,
I don't think he has any humanity, love.
that I
It would be nice to have another ally in Atlantis.
It just was like,
What's your plan?
At the Adamant Metal, they harvest a metal used to create devices just like your spear.
My spear is the strongest metal ever forged. Could this be used to forge other weapons?
Well, adamant ingots could. But what I need is raw adamant. I know the one who can forge it for me. Atlas plants his metal to touch, so make sure you don't see.
Gone to the wind. I don't know where some of them are. There was like an AI one, AI of the storm. Do you remember that? And then there was some other one
Nice to see that
that
you're
was
still
different,
here.
and I
Look,
can't remember even
I
what
made
it
the
was
right
anymore.
choice to become more like you.
Yeah, news. Oh, good news.
Oh yeah. One missing something of the missing millennium. That was one, right?
That was Morbid Mysteries of the Missing Millennium was Turnaround. That was
Oh, that
Turnaround.
is Turnaround.
Yeah.
Wait, but then wasn't there another one?
It was, but I can't remember what it was. And that's Lost to the Wind.
Lost to the Ages. There's probably somewhere on Twitch. There's probably like a highlight to be made where someone could dig through hours of free-feed streams or something and find the one time you played it.
Somehow
Humans in
tomorrow on
Atlantis
the
are
subreddit,
lucky to
day
have
after
someone
someone
like
on
you
the
fighting
subreddit,
for
there will
them.
be a like, guys, I
You'll
found
make
them
a
all.
great leader.
Let's play.
I'm glad you understand
I don't
what
think
this
the
means to
subreddit
me.
has that kind of power. Anyway, I think this is S, but I'm open to S or A. I mean,
It's either high A or it's S. The amount of laughs we've gotten.
I laugh every time like it's the first time I heard it. Like it's always funny to me. So.
Considering there are things that I make, I'll abstain whatever you guys think.
Yeah, but you can laugh because they're not funny because of the quality. They're funny because
They're pretty good quality.
Hey! The amount of times you said I turned around and 30 seconds was hilarious.
That got mean.
Well, it was good. That was the S tier part. Everything this man spits out is gold. They're not all S tier.
Somehow nice and mean.
That's mean.
All right. Well, I've got one that I think is going to be low on the list, if only because.
Well, where are we settling on this one? High A or S?
I think it's S. I think it's S.
I would say I'll give you S. If you're committed, I'll say S. That's fine.
I appreciate.
Maybe that's not the top S, but that's for me. That's top.
I thought we had the opposite.
All right. Here's one. I'm gonna handicap this one a little bit, but I think this is a low tier one, and I'm curious what you think. Well, I'm a dad now, so and then I make some statements. I've been going to that well a lot. It's basically a thing that only I do. It's definitely a bit, but it's just like a bit I throw out. I don't think it's ever gotten a laugh the whole time I've done it. And I'm not offended. Like I don't feel that good about it either. But I am a dad now. So.
That reminds me when we went to your Ultimate Store and like wait, you went back from Coolers, and I would say that for like up to 3 months after we got back. It's like the same idea. No one really laughed at it, but I always use it as an excuse. Yeah, I would say it's probably
It's like, is it even a bit? Is in my mind, and I'm not trying to discredit you being a dad.
No, that's okay.
But it's not a bit we can really participate in. It's not something that gets a lot of
Now that I
laughs.
have this device for which we need to move quickly, you distract Atlas while I sneak into his private chambers.
More sneaking.
After deciding outlawed human experiments, Atlas confiscated a device and kept it. That device theoretically could add 30 helix to my DNA.
I've seen what these issue devices can do. It's not pretty.
The science is sound, and I've even found evidence of tests being done on humans that looked promising. In previous cycles, of course, before Poseidon outlawed experimentation.
I'm so glad you segued into this, Mark. The classic distractible bit of
Tell Atlas the truth. You have good intentions.
If he's afraid of his enemies hurting me now, what will he think of undergoing this procedure? Besides, he can't break Poseidon's law.
I'm not sure a good Castis goes behind the back of an Atlantean Archon.
I've been preparing for this my entire life. Don't worry. Just keep Atlas talking while I'm in his chambers.
I don't think we have anything in common. What are we supposed to talk about? The weather?
Atlas is a jealous one, and he's already threatened by your role as the Castis. Why not play to that advantage? Whatever you do, don't mention my plans.
Great. This was
There you go, Bob and
Everyone knows it's lonely at the top, Castis. Let's go.
Not a bit tier, and then you have a bit tier.
What's that? What my impart is
Alright, that one definitely goes in. I love this. We're getting such a good
It's the should that worries me.
Look at how lovely this looks. You know what? I made the font all the way back to small. I'm gonna go ahead and just amend that. Nothing bad will happen. It's fine. We're gonna make this 20. Okay. It's fine. There we go. Look, we got an S tier, we got a B, we got a D, and we got 2 extra tiers already. We're killing it right now.
Am I crazy, or do you have one of those vertical monitors now?
Oh, it's a half window. I can stretch it
Could trick Atlas into thinking you and I are closer than we are.
Are we not close?
What's there to trick?
You know what I mean.
Yes. Making Atlas envious would certainly be a good distraction.
I'm sure that thing I just did resizing the window while I was capturing it is about to make our editors absolutely have an aneurysm. They get it all framed up, they're editing, and then the thing is just like,
What are you doing here? With her, no less.
The Castis and I were just taking a stroll, and I remembered I left a book on Atlantean cyclical history here. She'd like to borrow it. Do you mind if I fetch it?
No. Do you need me to help you look for it?
No, you two stay here. I'm sure you have much to discuss.
We're about to make a big fucking mess.
What game are you playing?
We're about to do something that's going to be such a huge pain in your ass.
I'm sure by now Elvis has told you about the nature of our relationship. She's hardly as discreet as I'd like her to be. What business do you have with her?
It happens again, I think, yes.
I'm going to call it apologizing to the editors.
What? Is El Priest not allowed to have
Let's get
friends?
some other
Of course she can have. But I suspect there's more going on here.
You have nothing to worry about, Atlas. I have no schemes against you.
Maybe you don't like it, but El Priest lives for them. I can tell when she's up to something.
The most popular episode of the podcast, and it's still one of the funniest things we've ever experienced. Really
Don't talk about El Priest that way. She's not manipulative. She's passionate.
So you do care for her.
You don't talk about El Priest like you love her.
And you're not speaking of her as if you're merely her casual acquaintance.
Okay, so that's different though. Asking about his fridge.
The bit of how's your fridge is a thing.
El Priest makes great points about improving the lives of humans in Atlantis. I support her cause. Why don't you?
Alright, let me
She
address
should
this now.
support me.
Fridge is fun. Fridge update.
Do you want to lump all of the fridge stuff, story, and repercussions into one category, or is like the asking about his fridge a different?
What have you done?
I'm not weak anymore, Atlas. I can rule Atlantis at your side.
That aren't bits. Let's just say all of the bits around.
This is
People
your
asking
doing.
about the fridge.
You're trying to revolt against
The
issues
jokes about
I bring.
clothes, there's a lot. There are
Oh no.
that regularly like,
What did you do? I didn't mean to.
like stuff like
He
what
was
about
going to
the
kill
parts of it
you.
that are more like this, where they recur and then things? Because it's just a broad
Yeah.
I think it can definitely be considered a bit because
He just goes back to painting.
the best.
It seems my brother finally got his due.
Are things that have
Is this your judgment, Digastis?
they create
I killed Atlas. It wasn't my intention.
You hope to rule by his side to ease the conflict between humans and Issus.
He wasn't as supportive of my dreams as I would have hoped.
I support you. You can assume his role as you see fit. I will handle Poseidon and my brothers.
Thank you, Azarias.
You can't be more corrupt than Atlas. Atlantis can feel progress if it hopes to pass this cycle.
You have in the last several years.
Atlantean politics is more dramatic than in the Greek world. What will you do now?
I'm not the first Atlantean ruler to take power by force. If the Isu can do it, why not me?
Well, yeah, we made a thing about it.
I didn't want to start my
He is
reign
a
this
storyteller
way.
telling what happened. He was a storyteller with it being so great. The perfect culmination of it for that episode.
You started your reign by saving my life. Normally, I do the saving.
That was a very fresh anger coming into
I
that.
wouldn't have it any
It
other
was
way.
like that day.
Thank you,
Yeah, it was
Digastis.
literally within hours of it happening. We set out the record point. But we tried to record when they arrived, and I was like, Fridge is here, I guess.
Yeah, I remember that. And the entire time you were telling the story, all I could picture was the Arthur, like, clenching his fist. Because you somehow you're clenching your fist and, like, glaring. All I could picture was the Arthur was like,
Alright, time to get rid of you.
SP, baby. I give it an S tier because the story combined with everything that's come from it.
If my intro things can be S tier. Like I almost want to put mine in A tier.
The base will make a better ruler than Atlas.
Historically.
Maybe Bob's Fridge deserves its
Certainly
own
can't do
tier.
any worse.
No.
C tier, Bob's Fridge.
No. Look, I'm gonna put it above your recorded stuff, Mark. But I'm gonna leave you in S tier as well.
What about S plus tier?
No, okay, that's enough of that. We're done with that. Here's a bit. This one's controversial. I don't know if that's giving it a lot of credit, but this one comes up a lot. So when we first started the show, we had this whole format idea of like we're gonna tell stories, we're gonna give them titles, right? And we did that for a while. We stuck to the give me a title and then we pick who goes first, that whole thing. The subreddit asks about that a lot. There's a fair number of people who are like, I missed the titles, I love the titles. I don't miss it. To me, that's the same as how we have game show formats, way secret words type games. That's like a format we can do, and we have gone back to. But like, what tier is that bit? People ask about it, but I mean,
because that as a thing, as a like format is limited. You can't do that in a tier list. What are we gonna like title everything? It's inherently limiting. The point of this podcast is to be we can do whatever we want. Especially if it pisses off that one person on Reddit.
Okay, Bob, this is now a bit too.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna add that to the bottom of the bit list.
This dude is officially
that one person on the subreddit. It's on there. We'll get to it.
Singling out and bullying one of our.
We've got to milk the content, so we might get to that in part 2 of the.
Yeah, we got to milk. Maybe we'll need another episode of this.
But yeah, so where does that put it though? I feel like we're all kind of mid on it. I don't know. How are you, Wade? You mid on it? You hot on it?
I mean, B or C. I feel B or C.
Wait, are we stepping away? Wait, which bit are we talking about here?
Sorry, the titles. Back to the titles.
Okay, the titles.
Because I wouldn't have even considered it a bit, because it's just part of the show that we do whenever it's fitting.
It's not a bit.
Oh, does this go in our not a bit tier?
If it is a bit, it's a B or a C. If it's not a bit, it's not a bit.
Because it's not a bit, it's a format. It's a fundamental part of like a type of thing we do on the show. It's just not a bit. If you called everything we did on the show a bit, then we would just be a bit show, and we're not.
Assigning points, where's that at?
That's a fundamental part.
Exactly. That was the point, man. I pulled you in. I yanked your chain.
You baited him, masterfully.
You baited my brother.
Where's that rank on the bit?
Low, very low. All right, not a bit. Giving titles to our stories. There's a not a bit here. All right, this is a more recent one, but it's hot. It's hot right now. It's very hot. Comes up a lot. Figuring out if a thing is a cannoli or not. I feel like this is a bit that the subreddit has done way more than we have actually done.
We did it in the one episode.
Speaking of subreddit bits, do you have that subreddit bit that you know I'm talking about?
I have a lot of subreddit fairly exclusive bits.
Okay, cool. Well, we will get to it later then. I just wanted to know if you had it. So, I'm sure you do.
The cannoli, I mean, for that episode was really funny. Mark got so unhinged talking about bread that it was one of my favorites, my personal favorites, just because I didn't expect it to be such a hot topic banger. But that bit left our hands, which might make it a higher tier because we spawned more bits. And people come to like our streams and talk about it too. Like, I'll just be talking about something like, is soda in a cup a cannoli because it's wrapped in the cup? It's like, I don't. So it spawned a lot. It's gone out of our hands.
Because if we carry on a bit, that's one thing. But if people don't enjoy it and want to carry it on themselves, that's one thing.
I feel A. I feel high A. I don't know if it's long-lasting enough yet to be A. Like, I don't know if I would put it with Bob's Fridge and with the turned around yet. Because those have been referenced by us more often.
I can get on board with that. I don't like cannoli posts. When I see the cannoli discussion, I and I keep scrolling. But everyone else seems to like it, so I acknowledge this.
It's like an S among the community, I give it an A+. I don't feel like it's really gone that much outside for us.
Go do it. Bring me back.
I think it should be in C for cannoli. Because the C on the tier list is the only one that is even close to becoming a cannoli shape.
Isn't a D already a cannoli?
No.
Isn't a D just a C that is a cannoli?
What about an S? An S is like 2 C's, so it's like a double cannoli.
That's a complete, it's a concave and convex.
A C is just a taco that fell over. It's not a B is 2 cannolis.
Tonight, an egg could be a cannoli living in a house.
Was just a
wonder what Alcibiades is doing these days.
Therefore, the sea, which was trained to be more taco
Who
like
is
shape, that's already
Alcibiades?
turning to be rolled into a cannoli.
It is a cannoli in the
Sorry,
making.
I
No,
didn't
you
know
got
that
me.
we
Got
talked
there.
of
Got
the
me. That's
Castis's
correct.
speech.
Yeah, it's a pre-noli, which
was
is
more
still
of
a
a
cannoli.
fantasy.
It's a cannoli. Yeah.
Call me Cassandra.
I thought it was wonderful, the Castis's
Just Cassandra is fine.
It's
And what's
not
your
a
name?
cannoli. It's
Alto.
not a cannoli.
You're
but it's
even
the
more
middle
special
one.
than
It's
all
the
the
second
bedtime
definition.
stories
Would
my
you fuck a cannoli?
parents used to tell me.
What's wrong?
My parents are missing. They left for their assignments, but they never came home. The issue won't help me. But then I remembered the story of you helping a lost girl in the underworld who found her parents in Elysium. So I came to you.
When I'm done with it, we'll just be atoms in the air. On the wind. You're not gonna smash it. You're gonna pulverize the cannoli. You smashed it raw. I think Waze is a
She's
little
in a better place now than when I found her.
She was lucky to have a friend like you.
I could always make a new
Oh,
friend.
that brings me to the next one.
Maybe you are
Wade's
good.
obsession with Shakira.
And I could help you.
How, that's
Would you
a
like
good
that?
bit. It comes back a
More
lot.
than
Wade does
anything.
it a lot.
You said your parents never came home.
No.
If you could tell me where they're assigned and what their names are, it would be very helpful.
Matter's name is Rene. She's assigned to the harbor.
I feel like
Pater
I
is
always
called Gamadis,
stumble
and
when
he's
it comes
assigned to
up,
the
but
Advent
it's
Quarry.
like a...
You're very brave. Now, go home where it's safe. I'll go talk to the harbor master and whoever is in charge of the quarry. I'll come find you once I have some
concerned
answers.
at the amount of time we spent talking about her on this podcast.
I mean, F seems harsh. I do nothing but compliment Shakira. Soulja Boy, if he watched, he would hate us. But Shakira,
I'm not opposed to that.
S for Shakira.
Alright, well, if we're gonna...
We get it, Wade. You like Shakira, okay?
Subreddit, if they put Shakira in an F, I might not make the next episode. I'm gonna find another content.
Put it in F! And go for F!
Since we've established the practice of the person whose bit it is not having input on where it goes on the tier list, I'm going to put the Shakira bit as a C. Because I think F is pretty harsh, and I chuckle at Shakira for times, but sometimes also you're just listening to Shakira or watching the music video and Mark and I are talking.
I don't understand it, so it's like, I'll let them talk.
It's a podcast, Wade. You're supposed to listen to us.
Have you come to analyze the recently discovered coral permutations fastened to the hulls of our vessels?
Alright, I'm putting Shakira in D then.
No,
Next
I'm
topic.
looking for a woman named Rini.
Yes, well, that is a subject I have absolutely zero authority in, I'm afraid. I cannot help you.
Classic banger. This one's
Her
gotta
son
be
is very worried.
Fuck your dreams, fuck your nightmares. It's an iconic quote from a funny story. Is it a bit?
What are you doing?
I like humans, and I like Rini.
I feel like it's come up so much.
But if they hear me talking to you, they'll kill me.
It's definitely a bit. It spawned other discussions. I think, like, that story, it wasn't quite on, like, obviously, Bob.
Tell me where she is, or I'll cut you.
Insight into a side of Wade's personality that usually his personality is like 90%.
Find my contact not far from here, but be careful. A trap has been set for you.
You have made the Castis very angry.
And I think that's really insightful. Otherwise, it's just like a little, like, anything that Shakira dance.
Yeah, no, it's
You
a lot
have
of
compassion, Dicastis. You may be the only one who can calm the brewing storm between humans and Isus.
This is quoted a lot, so it's spawned off a lot. I feel like A.
A is very, yeah, I feel like
That's a good bit. It's like solid bit. Solid bit. Always funny, good reference, good story that it came from. Solid bit. A tier. Fuck your dreams, fuck your nightmares. Alright, we can just get this one out of the way. Actually, I'm curious what you're going to say. There's another classic iconic one that I hope I never hear again. Have you heard of the ship of...
Oh, S for Theseus.
Yes, dude. S for ship.
That became so big that even my D&D campaign, it's a D&D over ourselves, a Lost Initiative. I don't host it, I don't stream it, it's a whole other thing. People come over to that channel, and it's been mentioned so many times that our DM has an initiative, like, people watching the stream have like initiative or whatever, they can spend that to redeem something called the Ship of Theseus to help us, like, upgrade our ship over time.
Oh my god.
Ship of Theseus has spread everywhere. Have you heard of the Ship of Theseus? fucking weird to get it to be pronounced correctly.
Yeah, but in terms of success of spinning off into things and being embraced and done by the community, I don't know if anything tops it, especially considering the people have latched on to that we've said.
It's not like I invented it, but it did cause a resurgence in the amount of times people mention the ship species even outside of our show. I noticed that a few years. I noticed it a lot with we would do a bit, and then the bit would leave our fandom entirely, and we would come circle back around, and people would forget it ever since they understand the video.
I do. You know, it's extreme how many times
Being friends.
Oh yeah, that was smart parenting technique. Let me guess. Did the Box of the Beast come out on July 7th?
I'm going to find him.
20... Oh no, that's this year, actually. Wait. I'm looking at the wrong year. Past 5 years. There we go. Oh my fucking god, I hope it's this one. Did the Box of the Beast come out at the end of February of 2021?
No, it didn't.
Okay, when did it come out?
I think June of 22?
Is that accurate?
No, we don't have a spike at that moment.
Oh, maybe it's hard. People spell it wrong. I don't know.
June 6th of 2022.
Ship of Theseus WandaVision?
Oh, right. In WandaVision, that was a mention. Right.
Yeah.
Well, the top 5 have to do with WandaVision, then, yes.
So we did nothing and we affected.
Wow, we suck.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like I invented the Ship of Theseus.
Have you invented the Ship of Theseus?
The 20th highest rated search is related to Ship of Theseus. Are you familiar with the Ship of Theseus, though? Which I don't know if that's from WandaVision, but that's what you said. That's what people quote a lot. You know what? Nothing. We're nothing. We are nothing.
What we'll do is we'll create a subcategory that is the entire category rating of AFPS, but inverted. We'll put, have you heard of the Shipwreck Theseus in each category? And it's like, is the Ship of Theseus,
is it still this tier list?
Exactly. Oh,
There we go. I have its own separate Theseus area of the screen. Not at all. Yeah, what is that? What is it? Oh, here's one I'm talking about. Wade's love of boats. That's Wade's all about boats. Since the perfect day episode, Wade can't shut up about boats. I guess that. Well, considering the limited range on this one, we already had that conversation. Now we get to this conversation. Here's a bit that's not a thing that we've ever done, but we've talked about it. Crashing your car, boat, ship, spaceship while listening to Distractable.
I know you guys are tired of it. I laugh at it. I don't know why. I wrote stuff Reddit. I saw it today. There was a tank that was in a ditch. I forget what the caption is. Laugh. I was like,
C for crash.
no!
Fuck you put secure in D. I don't give a shit what you think.
Alright, whatever. This isn't about what I think. You're going to insult the subreddit on this one. It's not about me here.
Say your agree. The ones that care, they already crashed their car, so they're not listening.
Well, isn't this an honor?
Is that what
How
you're
do
saying?
you get past my guard?
Like they are.
I'm looking for the mummies.
And why would the great Vicastis be looking for missing humans?
I never said he was missing.
Very clever. Hybrid. When my humans transport adamant to the experimentation chamber, they don't always return. Occasionally they fall through the cracks,
Does it go
like
with along with
rats.
we're getting older? I feel like that's not unfair.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, sure.
Little boy is worried about his father. Just tell me where this experimentation chamber is.
Your compassion for humans is unproductive.
Your hatred for humans is self-destructive.
Fine. It's in the garden of Kimopoli. But you're wasting your time. The doors are locked.
We talked about that because someone posted that originally.
You can try.
Shit while you're driving, and then they were like, 4 of us doing it.
Alright, you guys can mock our fan base all you want. I'll mock that one person all day long. I will not slander the entirety of our fan base.
You know, treating humans like vermin will get you killed one day. That day is today.
Bob's Fridge and Mark's recording the notice here, fucking out there, and Steve's here, coming over and listening. Steve for Fidelity, along with Steve.
Fucking piece of Easter trash.
And not a bit here, we've got apologizing to the editor.
Fuck you. I don't give a fuck what repercussions this gives me. He's a fucking garbage cunt. He doesn't deserve to live, being a piece of fucking waste.
Okay, that's good to know. I mean, if you guys want to bump Shakira up to C, at least, I'll bump up crashing your car to A.
I don't want to bump up crashing your car. That's not a thing I'm concerned about.
Fair play, I agree.
Alright, Mark agrees we're doing it.
Fair play.
What do these need with all this?
There we go. We just bumped up crashing your car while listening to A. I just feel like no left. Okay, we have one in twos here, but alright, what's next? What do you guys list that we have here? Oh man, we got so many. Oh, that's great.
That's actually from a 96 movie. This is the fuck off.
Alright, you guys just talk about it, and I will give Ready?
I'll go see.
Go. Terrible lightning round. Let's do this.
Dr. Fine is a curse. That belongs to next year.
No, it's not F tier. It's not a curse. I think because it has power, you can't put it in F tier because that's going to make it first worse.
Okay, where does it go?
D for dogs.
D for dogs? Definitive. Oh, okay, so B for boats, no, but D for dogs.
Artificial intelligence should definitely be an F tier because it is something that comes up all along, and it's like, man, we really like talking about AI apparently.
I'd agree. Guru Railroad has to be at least an A.
That's A, yeah. It would be almost S if you could remember the accent every time.
I slightly different every time because I'm not a good actor.
Different words, not a bit.
Really? All your things that are games, you don't think it's a bit?
Is that a bit? That's not what we do. It's kind of like the title, right? It's just a format that we do.
Yes, Mark has a strong opinion.
Which one was it? Sorry,
Wade's secret words and other games that we've got.
Oh, that's good. That's not a bit. It's not a bit. Yeah.
Okay, not a bit. Got it.
Triangle of Fairness has to be an A.
Yeah, that's a new one, but I think everyone is all about that. When we get that on a shirt, it's going to be even harder.
Hope. Well, it's not making me promise.
Ads that are all big with one big story. I'd say you put our ads together as far as bits go. Ads as a bit, when we do them and are actually able to get an advertiser that lets us go crazy, A or S. A for ad.
A for S, yeah, no, you gotta follow the rules.
Cigar, C for cigar.
What do you mean? Cigar, C for cigar.
We hate it. You hate it every time.
That's true. You know what? Mark and I universally hate that.
But the audience doesn't. You're gonna spit in their faces. C for cigar.
D for Dev. I hate that shit.
I'm just learning you guys hate my shit. Once I'm pissed off, you guys hate everything I do. Damn. Fuck you guys.
Listen, you really shoehorned the cigar in a lot, okay?
Oh, Wade singing songs must be fucking F tier. Wade did something. Hang on.
No, I like your song.
Way singing songs is S tier. I would argue. Only one of them.
Did you find Matron?
Rockabye
Not
Bobby,
yet.
but also every other time
I
you
know
try to
they
sing a
were
song,
taken to
and
some
it
sort of
references Rockabye Bobby, and
experimentation
also
chamber by an issue
incest.
named Zarius.
Zarius?
The improvised
But he
song.
was always so kind to us.
That's
He
from the
gave us
90s.
food
Okay,
and
whenever we
defended
do
us
something
when the
like
others called
that,
us rats.
Do you know where I could find him? The doors to the chamber are locked, and he's my last hope of getting in.
He's usually at the Fortified Doma of Miniseas, but he's always protected by guards.
That never
I'll
stops
give that one a
me.
D.
D because we don't like it.
D because I don't like it.
Okay. All right, that's fair.
Never even seen half these fucking movies like this. Except for that movie they've never seen.
One of us speaks in riddles, one of us speaks in rhymes is a great bit, but we are not good enough to actually carry through with it. And by we, I mean me. So,
Well, I mean, I wasn't either because you gave me the riddles. I said the cool fucking riddles.
I gave you the easy one.
Rhymes would have been so much easier for me.
I would have been so much easier.
I'm a wordsmith. That would have been easy. Riddles? I was like, what? Make up a fucking riddle.
Are riddles words? You're a wordsmith.
Not that kind of word.
Not those words.
No, you can't just like come up with a good riddle.
Well, where does it belong then?
B because when we become the best entertainers ever, we will ascend to the next level. But right now, we still have a long way to go. We're still improving.
It was a bit before it was an episode.
Yeah, no, it was a bit, and also it was in that episode. It's not, it exists outside of that episode. What do we want to touch? What do we want to get to here?
Beach One Mud isn't even a bit from Distractable. That's not.
That's true. It's undistractable.
All right, I'll make it its own tier, not from Distractable tier. There you go. This is 1 mud.
You losing games of chance is best for me. I love watching.
Bitch is S. We Bitch are S tier. Got it. No, Bitch is tier. That's a Bitch tier. God damn it! You're right. Probably that's tier. All right.
Dude, the fact that you lost the episode from off with episode to a point flip.
The sheer chance, the sheer odds.
You lost, I think it was 14 points.
It was. It was.
Astonishing. You kind of good luck to that lottery winner.
Subreddit defend me. That's the subreddit.
I feel like that's A. I think that's not as funny to me and Mark.
It's not an S. I find it hilarious.
Yeah, and that it is fascinating that they do it. That I like. It is amazing.
Subreddit defend me. It's an A tier. This one is weird. I like this one though. Mark asked you to approach the bench.
Was that in the Don't Laugh episode?
That was an episode where you were just trying to get us to laugh, and we didn't laugh the whole time.
And you guys were like, what about if we were in a courtroom being serious?
But we got really into the courtroom scene, and Mark just kept asking to approach the bench. I thought that was fucking hilarious. But I was a lawyer, so I was very serious, and I couldn't laugh.
I have a very different view because I was the one suffering during that episode, waiting for a fucking giggle. So, I don't know where I was with that one. I'm angry about it.
How do you feel about it, Mark? I know it's your favorite.
Bench.
Why does it only work with you fucking...
I honestly think this quest should be called Secrets and Lies.
Mark gets the letter for letter. B for bench, downgraded to C for wage rate.
Thank you.
Backroom handshake deals.
Man, there's so many that I don't know yet.
There are some deals that are like hanging out in existence that I don't even remember.
I don't remember a lot of them that we've made either. And somebody's like, we should take a cash that in, and we will just be like, forgot that we did it.
A year from now, we just need to look at the subreddit, just like search on the subreddit handshake deal and see what comes up and be like, I have this.
I'll get handshake deals like a somewhere. It's not the best thing we do, but it's fun and makes things sometimes.
How about we put it in a category that has a rating, but you put like a star, like it's censored, so we won't tell what the rating is until it comes up.
Which one of these buttons is star? Hang on. Secret view, or whatever. There you go. It's, how many letters is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a 7-letter word, maybe. Maybe there's an exclamation point. Who knows? Also, game show episodes, I'm just going to preemptively put into the not a bit tier.
I don't think you should do it.
Oh, hey, we've left one of the newest and most popular, I'm sure, bits to the last. That one guy on subreddit that Mark is obsessed with.
It's still pretty new. I think maybe an A or B.
Let's think about this. Okay, well, we haven't thought about a single one of these. Maybe we should really.
Can we start over?
Over.
You said we haven't thought about it.
I think so. I think we should. Here's what we should learn about it.
Alright, take all the tears off. We're looking up to the
I'm going to delete everything. I think we should start by establishing the list of it collectively. I assumed a lot of authority.
Well, what is a tier list? What's that?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, why even are the tiers S through D, F? What are these other two?
Why does X come before A?
That one guy has the suffix.
Can we make a letter M for him? Can we make a letter M for milking?
This looks like
Milk
a perfect
tier?
place to hide missing humans.
Oh my god.
Locked. I think I know what opens this.
Have we milked him enough?
No, not at all. Maybe we should save that for next episode.
What this person needs to understand is that we love them. Because we love even our most misguided.
The more complicated the key, the bigger the
I would love to
secret.
know what the first word that came to your brain was there that you were like, nope, misguided.
Oh, okay. It was misguided. I was just thinking of it.
You were the biggest ass misguided.
You know, it's not often that I have something and then changes. I have nothing and then I grab it. We aren't all geniuses like you. You know, I'm sorry.
He's like an egg. We gotta milk him some more to get to Ed.
We got Expound and Bob's TikTok update. What is Expound?
You don't know what expound. I ask you to expound all the time.
Have I ever done it?
The bit originates from an episode where you just said something and Mark
Really
just goes,
doesn't want any visitors.
Expound!
Yeah, because I tried to get more information and it was like, explain, expound
You know,
on
to be
that.
fair, I remember more things I thought I would, so that started that one.
It's literally for you. That was directed at you the entire time.
He doesn't remember it. I don't know what's that. I feel like it's funny, but it's like. Such a classic. Everybody loves my TikTok updates.
I rely on them more than anything. I deleted TikTok off my phone because it's horrible for ADHD. I'm trying to do better about it.
Is it a bit though? Oh yeah. I mean, it's a recurring segment. There's a bit. I always just talk about TikTok until it's like, oh, it's Bob's TikTok. Is that a bit? I deleted some text at the beginning. Tell you if I think it's really, it's because this thing, there's no indications. I love that there's just a line in A tier that just says distractible. Not S tier, it's an A tier bit. I feel pretty good about most of this. You know who won't? Not one ten. All of the subreddit is going to have trauma stuff.
yesterday. Well, they're gonna come up with something.
What the hell?
What is this?
I've been waiting for you, Cassandra. Welcome to the birthplace of legends.
Who said that? Show yourself!
My name is Aita. I am a scientist, and in many ways, these are my children.
You created the Minotaur, the Cyclops, the Riding Dread. They're monsters.
Are we not all monsters? Imperfect beings striving towards our ultimate potential. Is that not why you are here?
I'm here because a little boy's parents are missing, and all signs point to you.
How very human. A metal of extraordinary properties restructures the portion of the human brain responsible for emotions. We've engineered it to remove fear, enhances your more animal instincts. Why hold a weapon when you can be calm?
You're the one that turned
She nearly turned me to stone. Even now, I don't feel safe looking into her eyes. Who or what are you?
He's the one that
Grant us the sun.
turned Lyra into a fucking wolf.
I still have nightmares from our fight in that labyrinth.
Yeah, he was a difficult boss. Fairly difficult. She was an even more difficult boss. But Medusa, she was way more difficult. I died to her like 3 or 4 times. Ew.
Rini! Are you here? Over here! We're here!
Please, help us!
Don't worry, I'm getting everyone out of here.
Didn't anyone teach you it's cruel to lie?
What? What's cruel is abducting and experimenting on these people.
Without sacrifice, there can be no progress. Without experimentation, there can be no perfection.
You're breaking Poseidon's law.
I am advancing knowledge for the betterment of Atlantis. Poseidon's lack of vision keeps us in darkness. But we are close. So very close.
Atlantis is on the brink of war because of issues who think like you.
Which is why we are properly arming ourselves.
Let these people go.
It's too late for them. Project Olympus has already begun.
One human escaped before the transformation was complete, and lives were lost. This won't happen again. Surely you understand.
Lyra? She took her own life after what you did to her.
So, you've seen the beast she becomes.
I'm getting these people out of here.
But don't you want to know what's behind this door?
I won't play your little games. I'm getting these people out of here.
So, you would choose to let your small-minded morality hinder your progress?
What if I just killed you, set these people free, and broke through your stupid door?
Of course he's a hologram.
You can't kill me, Cassandra. I can see you're struggling. What if I told you the greatest achievement in Atlantis is behind that door? And that we owe that achievement to you?
What are you talking about?
Through there is a path to immortality. For you. For us. Embrace your legacy. Forget these miserable humans. Abandon morality, and the answers to all your questions are just beyond that door.
Please! Save us or we'll die!
You would be reborn! Don't you want to know why you're really here? Free the people and this door will remain closed forever. Pass through, however, and it will lock behind you. These are absolutely mine. What will it be, the Gustis? Their life or your destiny?
Fuck your door. I promised the little boy I'd bring his parents home, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Very disappointing. No matter. If there are two things Atlantis has in ample supply, it is adamant and humans.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Thank you, Gustis.
I'll get you see alcohol again.
Hurry!
Oh, that's how that does another figure.
How can we ever repay you? Tell your son if an issue ever calls him a rat again, because this Cassandra will deal with them personally. Poseidon lied to me. They've been experimenting on humans this whole time.
Still think that quest should have been called Secrets and Lives.
I'm really happy with the bit tier, inventing new tiers on tier lists for things that don't make sense, and also bits.
Was bits just the title of your bit?
Yeah, no, that was, I wrote that when I was formatting it to be like, and then write the bits down at the bottom.
Okay, that's a...
Wait, why didn't we do Soldier Boy? Soldier Boy a bit? If Bob's TikTok updates are a bit, Soldier Boy updates are a bit. Where'd Soldier Boy go? He's consistently entertaining.
He's our longest running bit on this list.
Yeah, it goes beyond Distractable into 3 teams. I feel like historically that's enough.
I agree. S for Soldier Boy.
Oh, you got. I'm gonna spell this wrong, probably.
I think it's just J-A.
Soldier boy.
No, S-O-U-L. Soul.
Yeah, Soul. Yeah, I got it. I got that part.
We've typed it so many times into Google. Have we just misspelled it every time and it's autocorrected?
I'm pretty sure I always just misspell it. Yeah. I think I'm gonna stop it there. I think we've captured enough. I did a great job formatting that, and I'm glad everyone could read it, and it was really coherent. And yeah, thanks to competitors for playing along. And I think I'm gonna pick the winner by who has the most S through B tier bits.
Well, I was riding my stepbro while listening to this episode, and I crashed him.
God. In S tier, Mark has 1, but Wade has 2, and I have 2. In A tier, 1 for Wade, 1 for me. Triangle of Fairness. I'm gonna say that's Mark's bit because it kind of started with Mark. So that's 1 for Mark. Ads that are all a mixed story, no one gets that. Subreddit Defend Me is a Wade bit. So Wade has 2, and Mark has 1. And then in B tier, it's a me, and that's a Mark bit.
What was Mark? Wait, where's Ship of Theseus? That's a Mark bit.
Ship of Theseus is in its own tier. Theseus tier.
Oh, I would have thought that's right, but Mark did move that to its own tier.
From counting up who has the most bits in the S through B categories, which are clearly the superior bits, it looks like today's winner is Wade.
I'm shocked. I felt like we rated a lot more Mark bits higher than mine.
Well, you definitely complained about it, yeah.
You were complaining the whole time.
Well, the ones I complained about are Shakira and Bose.
Neither of which helped you, because those are not in S through B. But you had a
Fuck
bunch of
this,
other
I'm going on the outside,
more
cunt.
than Mark in S through B tier.
I mean, they're good, but they're not as good as Shakira and Bose.
They're better than Shakira and Bose, because they're above them on the tier list, and that's how this works.
According to you two.
I didn't say a thing. You two? I didn't say a damn thing.
I don't know why I'm arguing this, because you're like, you win. I'm like, well, fuck this tier list.
I mean,
fuck
if you
dreams,
if you don't
nightmares,
I'm gonna beat it. If you don't want to win, we can add giving someone else the win by complaining and or giving up points willingly to S tier and call it a day.
What about points left? What about a triangle of fairness?
No, I'm not going to do that. If you two are welcome to torture me with a chance as much as you want, I'm not going to invite that back in here. I'm not gonna be the one that sows chaos.
I'll just let you decide, Bob. I'm too lazy to decide.
Mark, oh no, I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that be funny though? Wade wins.
That was really rude. I liked it. He looked so excited for like a tenth of a second.
Can I be super honest? For like half a second, I thought you actually had more points in the way that I scored it, Mark. So I sincerely thought that I was like, all right, then it's the winner that I said originally, Mark. And as I was saying it out loud, I was like, oh no, Wade won originally.
What are the two bits I had S tier? I thought I only had songs.
You have Wade singing songs and Soldier Boy update. You're the Soldier Boy update guy.
Oh, I thought, okay, I'll take it.
We all participate, but that's a you bit. That's a bit you always do.
Oh boy! You happy, Mark? You feel good? You know, I was like, all right, I guess that makes sense. I should have fought for like Ship of Theseus to actually be on the board or something like that. But then it's the fact that I thought I had it for a brief moment and actually believed it. And
I really didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
That was an actual whoopsie doodle. What a good bit, announcing the wrong winner. That should be on the tier list.
The winner bait and switch, yeah, that's a great.
The winner bait switch is a go-to for me. I do that almost every episode, I feel like now. Just a glorious tier list here.
I'm so glad that we went through this. That was quite the fun time. Martin, what if I let you give your loser speech first?
They should after what you've done.
Wow.
You mean what they
No,
forced us to do.
not at all.
What if I force you to
worries
give your
about the
loser
sun
speech
and
first?
his solar floral regeneration
In
project.
that case, it
Catastrophe
changes
is coming
everything.
for us.
Okay,
On
then
that
give your
we
loser
agree.
speech first.
But there is only one catastrophe.
I feel like this was a nice walk down memory lane. I feel like my bits of wanting to change up the paradigm shift every day. Bro, I'm trying to get as many bits in as possible. But it's not working. So, and just like me in this episode, everything I tried wasn't working, and I fell short. That's how my bits go. It's either S or completely
turned around and the wind was gone.
Yep,
we don't
that's
prepare,
story
If
of
we
my
don't
life. So I'm just gonna
prepare,
go and
it
I'm
will kill us
gonna talk
The
about
only
technology
ecological
some more because
catastrophe we
apparently
face
what I
is the
really
one
want
we
to do is
created
make a technology
ourselves.
podcast because I feel like deep talking about AI
When I
and
got
all
here,
this
Poseidon
technology bit
said
is always
I
something
was
I
where I
start with.
belonged.
And that's F, and
Someone
that's
tell
like the
me
only
why
thing
I'm
on
finally
F that
here
I feel
now.
bad about.
Such
That is
sadness.
the only one.
She's
But
even
you
more
put it
human
there.
than I
You were the one who
expected.
led with that. You're
Eddie,
right.
answer
Why are you
her.
so mean to yourself? You know what, Mark? You need to be
We
nice.
found opportunity. Imagine the possibilities if we duplicated your hybrid form. We could employ our technology to control your mind. You, hybrid, can be used to crush Juno's ultimate weapon.
Or rather, you could have been. My husband's experiment was promising, but after observation, he decided you are a failure. Our new weapon is far deadlier than you could ever be.
Capital punishment, that idea.
The Ekatohires.
Also, both.
Aida, you didn't, I did.
The Ekatohires
for
will
tuning
rise.
viewers,
Project
listeners, make
Olympus
sure
will
you check
strike
out Mark
fear
and
so
Markiplier. Wade, I
deeply
think
into
he
the
says
hearts of
1
humanity, they would never consider
I
revolt.
am Meister
And
Online.
you will declare
That's going to
my
be it
husband
for the episode. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this. I'm sure that everyone's racing to celebrate right now to tell us this really important tip that we didn't put on the trailer. I'll go ahead and not read all those comments after this episode goes live so that I don't feel bad about myself for being such a dummy.
You will be there and we'll be here.
You deal with these two.
Yeah.
I'll find a way to
The other
stop
one
their
speaks
plans.
in riddles, probably. Go to shop.distracted. No, store.distractedpodcast.com to get merch. It's definitely merch in stock. And you can get something. That's the end of the episode. Thank you for watching, listening. Podcast out.
It's too late. The procedure was already a success. The Ekatohires lives.
Greetings, gentle listener, and welcome to the Distractable. This week,
My laboratory under the palace.
we arrange reject downfalls
on an outward human
experimentation.
experimentation.
Skeptical Mark discloses the true and terrible origin of
Is that your weapon?
and their ilk. God knows God stands for your entertainment.
I need you to stop the Ekatohires before it kills us all.
Some horny comments.
Go!
Cincinnati. It's time for Aliens Among Us. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy stuff.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Distractable. I'm today's host because I am the winner.
Wait to win here. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I heard it. I patented. I think that's how patents work.
Patented.
Can we edit where I take this off? And it's never mind. Anyway, as you can tell, I'm joined as always by my co-hosts Mark and Bob. Hey.
Hey.
I'm standing up. Get ready for a lot of this.
Bob's doing the Distractable Challenge, where every time we film, he's going to have a new background.
The fuck?
I got one of those green screens, so I could do that, but I don't feel like it.
Well, I did.
Crap.
You still don't have phone behind you. I don't want to call you out completely, but didn't you say several weeks ago?
I ordered stuff. It was the wrong stuff. I ordered more stuff. I've got it.
Why didn't you just put the wrong? What do you mean the wrong stuff?
Oh, right. It's just black foam.
Yeah, but aesthetically, it wasn't going to be cheap.
Well, then why didn't you just put it up temporarily? Wow, like the way it sounds.
I'm with you. Here, I'm
have piles of foam.
Dude, I cut like 8 piles of foam.
Away from where you are? You could keep them in the. Are they in the room where you are?
No, they're down the hall.
Why wouldn't you just bring them in the room? They would help.
They were the wrong one.
Oh.
Where's Bob? Where's Bob's phone?
you guys need some laundry done, or?
You know, I bet you could make the echo worse by opening all the cabinets and opening the washer and dryer and really letting the resonance.
Every time I saw it, but
but their next usually like a smaller room.
what happens down the show? Like the camera is rated like
this as like we should have put it on like one of those GoPro sticks that just walk around the whole episode.
If I ever bought one of those, it would have saved a lot.
Hey, when do I scream really loud that we're all gonna die?
Give me 45 seconds. I guess I didn't explain why we're all here. If you want to know the rules, go watch this episode. I don't think we have it. It's too late. I'm a host. This is just one of the most next episode. Small talk time. How are you? Yesterday night, I got to Cincinnati after shooting 2,400 miles in 3 days. That's a lot of miles. It was actually fun, but I really hurts. I should have been there to like welcome you back, but I don't know you. Thank you, Mark.
Yes. You want to know why?
Is it after today's episode or something else? Microplastics?
Oh, no. Those are fine. Those are incorporated into our DNA, and we're okay. This is breaking news as of when we're recording this, which as of when people are listening to this, you might already be dead. You just don't know it. So, quote, devil comet heading straight toward Earth.
I guess, you know.
Well, okay, so first off, the when we'll know, but it's a cryovolcanic meteor.
Why will we know? It's the devil comet, so in the distance you'll just start to hear it.
The headline I found says it grows horn. So I guess it is a comet.
Anyway, the cryovolcanic meteor, which I think seems super badass. Okay, so there's a thing. The headline says heading straight towards Earth, and in the article, the first sentence says will pass close to Earth. So I'm going to go with the headline as the truth. It underwent a full volcanic eruption, but it has it's going to pass a death-defying 144 million miles away. A mere inch in the scope of the universe.
Yeah, as far as universe stuff goes, I don't know if that's close or not. That's far away is the sun.
That's as far as California is from like UK.
How far it is from the sun? 93 million miles.
So it's slightly further from us than the sun is.
It's heading straight for us.
But it's a very small cryovolcanic asteroid.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds really cool. I want to see a full volcanic eruption.
Does it erupt? No.
I don't know. And I don't even have a picture of it. I don't even know if this is real.
This is a volcano, and a guy standing next to it in a puppy coat and a hat, and he's just
That's it. Man, people who are watching this on Spotify must be really glad that we have the visual representation of this.
I rubbed my chest, and I blew hot air in my hands. You missed it.
Alright, anyway, that's my small talk, except it's probably not.
If we do die, though, and no one ever hears this episode, you were so right.
Yeah, if we're dead all by the time people hear this, I was right.
You know what, Mark? 2 points if you're right.
If I'm right?
Yeah. Do you have other small talk? Because you said it wasn't your small talk.
So much has happened that I can't even remember what it was.
Sure they never hurt anyone.
Sounds fun.
Well, that was fun to talk it through. Alright, well, we're all going to die and Bob moves. That is a small talk. We have no other updates.
How many points do I get if I successfully move?
And save those that suffered because of your hubris.
Oh, you're the judge. Is that fair?
Alright, three, fine. How many do they say?
Didn't you already get points for moving? I could have sworn that the last time we did something, there was like some points being assigned for moving.
These are conditional points, and also I've already successfully moved, so I get the points.
Oh, hey, 3 points!
Or maybe this was points assigned in that mythical thing that doesn't exist anymore.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think anybody knows what we're talking about.
I certainly don't, but I'm going to pretend like I do. I have to say, Mark, I'm going to give you a bonus 2 points for going along with the theme for today.
Thank you.
Because we are all going to die! Gonna die! Give me big fancy hair, dear editors, for just a moment, as I say, aliens!
Yeah, man, really ask a lot of the editors, you know.
Just cut my hair out and put it on Wade. Or Mark's.
I feel like that's even harder.
Or you can just shave Mark and make him bald for a minute and give me his hair. I don't care.
I feel like there is hair assets online that are already cut out and transparent. You want them to cut out my hair and your hair and put it on his head?
Yeah, cutting out my hair is really difficult.
I didn't say yours, I said his. You think his is you, it's his is Bob.
Boop, boop, done.
Wow, have you made a thumbnail?
From the surface
2015.
and the contortionist. We can end Atlantis' cycle forever.
Me. Do you think I do much? I'm always busy, but I never do anything. I don't even know how to. I had to Google how to install Adobe Acrobat.
I
So
was unlocking the power to destroy the entire city.
What's that about me? Let's talk about.
In the wrong hands, stuff has the power to destroy everything.
Aliens, guys. The congressional hearings on aliens happened, and I didn't read anything into it, so I don't know what the hell they said, but apparently somebody important was like, aliens, the real!
So you're doing this whole episode just so we can tell you what happened instead of you going looking at an article?
I'm the host. I decide what we do.
That's such
a topic idea, though. You see a thing and you're like, oh, that's so cool. Maybe somebody will spend some time researching that for me and then tell me about it. If only I had a way to learn about it, so here we are.
Wow. Oh, man, this is great.
But hey, it'll be so easy for you to get points because I won't know if what you're saying is true or not.
You're right. Okay. Well, I'll kick it off by saying that the alien-human hybrid breeding programs were probably the most interesting part of that hearing. The deep analyses and terabytes of video content that were unleashed upon the unsuspecting people were really, really.
So we got alien hubs?
Oh. Clever.
Not clever enough to make him laugh, but clever. Anytime I get a compliment, I take it.
Okay, well, I didn't watch the hearing.
Well, Bob, you are going to win this episode so easily. You love space, Mark, and aliens come from space.
Well, they aren't intrinsically linked. Well, okay, they are, but you know, they're not extrinsically linked for sure. Absolutely,
they're extrinsically linked.
Extrinsically definition. Ooh, in a way that comes from outside or is not related or to someone or something. Aliens aren't people, so
you can't be extrinsically linked to anything because extrinsic things aren't related to things.
I rest my case.
You're not wrong, which doesn't mean you're right, but means you're not wrong.
Being not wrong is extrinsically linked to being right.
Well, I didn't see the diagrams that you're talking about, Mark. 3 points for sex. Your turn, Bob. Mine did have sex in it, but the part that I liked is these guys had already talked, but a couple like Army, Air Force, Naval people talked about their like experiences seeing alien ship type things. One, they insist on calling them UAPs, which is like unidentified aerial phenomena, instead of calling them UFOs or whatever. But I thought UAP was the like birth control you had to put in your arm. What's that? IUD? I thought those were bombs. That does not go in your arm. Do you know what IUD stands for? Internal urine distributor.
Try again.
In underwear dick.
No.
Inebriated underarm dispenser. Okay. Inevitable universal diary.
I don't think we need to fill in on what it is, because that's not the subject of today.
Okay, next time I host,
it's going to be sex ed and teaching Wade all of the various ins and outs.
Dude, we had like 1 day of sex ed growing up, and health class covered a lot more than sex. I have no idea. I thought girls had a third keyhole for forever, remember? So, like, you remember that?
Sure. Well, maybe we should team up and do an episode where we actually teach you what the birds and bees are all about.
We did Bobs and the Bees. We have not done birds. Yeah, that's a totally different topic.
What about aliens and the bees?
If that'll get you more interested, sure. 2.5 bees.
Bees. So, aliens, right? Bob, were you going to say something, or did we get derailed?
These guys had already talked, right? There were already a couple, like, military, ex-military people who had talked about they saw things. They saw little tic-tac ships while they were flying their jets and whatever. But I just love hearing them talk about it, because it's like,
just has that vibe of like at any moment, any one of the Congress people listening or anyone could have just been like, I think he's making it up. Like, it just has this weird vibe to it, right? Because it's a very official guy, a military guy in a suit, very straight-laced, like, and he's just like, yeah, we were flying our jets, you know, and found this heading at this speed, and we intercepted the object on the radar, and when we got there, it was this little tic-tac thing, and it just took off. And it traveled 30,000 miles in 2 seconds, and everyone was like, that's not physically possible. But they tell the story like they're recounting, you know, a military thing they did, like just like an official thing. But like everyone listening is just kind of like, okay, aliens, right? Cool, we're all hearing this, right? I don't know, just the whole vibe. Congressman asks such good questions. We all saw during the TikTok hearings and the Facebook hearings how in-depth and detailed the congressional questions can get at these hearings. Just the whole vibe is like, feels surreal in a way that's very funny to me.
It is strange because at the end of the day, okay, this is what Congress is supposed to do, right? In an ideal world, Congress is supposed to represent the interests of the people, right? And if a lot of people are like, hey, are these real? It's not strange to have a hearing where everyone gets around like, is it real? Here's the experts that say maybe or not. Let's get it all out in the open. Technically speaking, that is what government is supposed to do. It's supposed to open up these conversations. Now, whether or not it's true is not what was determined in these hearings. It's just a platform for people to say things. Now, what those people do for a living or what their jobs were before coming there is important to this, to like whether or not they actually have any validity to what they're saying. But that is where it's interesting because these three main people were all high-ranking military officers. That doesn't mean automatically that you should believe everything that they say, but it is interesting because if there were something out there, then the military would probably at least have a clue, right? They would at least have an idea.
They're watching, you know, radars and systems, and they're doing that most people don't have access to. So, sure.
So when it comes down to people on this, they mostly focus on, yes, there actually are these videos that were like released by the CIA or FBI or someone like years ago, like 10 years ago now. There was like people in fighter jets, and they were like, literally, you can hear the pilots going like, what the fuck is that thing?
Yeah.
That's weird. Jesus Christ, did you see that thing move? And it's so weirdly normal, right?
Because it is. It's exactly the footage from that movie about that thing, too. Like, the pilot's like, whoa, look at that. Are you guys seeing that? It's like, this is so painfully scripted. Like, but that is how people are.
That is, like, literally, you'd think that it would be like, oh, what? Like, YouTuber reacting in your fighter pilot, like, oh my God! Like just a thumbnail face. Oh,
that's how I make my thumbnails.
But no, it's just like wow. And then people were kind of like, yeah, we saw some shit, but I don't know what it was. I don't know.
He claimed that they recovered non-human biological stuff too. Right?
No, I like that too. There were a couple exchanges, and this is paraphrasing, but there were a couple exchanges where the congressperson is like looking at the guy who's recounting his story about alien stuff, and the congressperson is just like, so did you have like contact with the alien that was like piloting this thing? And the military guy's like, yeah, we did recover some wreckage. And we did look inside and we did discover some non-human biologicals. And the congressperson's like, so
the interloper has found you.
Non-human biologicals. Just say it, man. Come on.
Which could be anything. Like, technically, animals are non-human biological.
You open up the spacecraft, it's just a sunflower.
No! Where are you?
Oh,
Talking to yourself, Layla.
It's that sunflower from that TikTok where it's strapped onto a post in a tornado, and it's all, whoa. Just wanted to fly around a little bit.
I love your visual references today, Bobby. You use so much more.
So much more physical when standing up.
I know. That just convinces me that I need to go back to recording Let's Play standing desks. I can do this. I just get so tired. I don't like it. I even have like a pad that's like all four of my feet, but it's still like, oh man, I'm so tired. I don't want to do that.
What they should invent some kind of chair that you strap
Ever since
onto
you
your
found the
legs
book of
that hold them
Herodotus,
in a straight
from Templar
upward-like
research, I'm
position,
sure
and
you
then
know.
cuff your cheeks. And so you can be like sitting,
Abstergo are murderers,
but also
and you're
you're like
nothing but their killing
standing.
machine.
I'm looking it up.
A righteous
Standing
claim.
stare.
What if it's
And one
designed
of
as
the
like
Sigma teams
giant
I
skinny
dispatched
arms coming
earlier
up,
to find you.
grabbing your teeth?
Oh, even better. It's a thing that you install in the floor, and
I
you
saw
just
your files
squat
on the
over it,
Abstergo
and it's all...
I know, Badaloo.
Oh my
If you knew what the
god,
staff
it
could do for her,
exists. I found it. I'm gonna
forget it.
buy it immediately.
A
I'm
shrine to
wait, hang
compromise.
on, wait.
Is this something that costs like $80 on Amazon or like $9,000 on Kickstarter?
I only saw the picture just
no
now,
right
so let
to
me
it.
hold on a second.
Kickstarter's
You
a
should've left
standing
me.
chair.
If humans were meant to be sitting, we already would be. This is a priceless invention. It allows you to do all things at all times.
This is
Behold!
The world outside
So
is
this has
coming
the
to its
vibe of
inevitable
like,
end.
because there are wheelchairs for people with disabilities that basically do this, but it's a much more, you're like strapped in and it's secure because generally for people who are paralyzed or otherwise unable. This has the vibe of like a guy saw those wheelchairs and was like,
you're gonna have to
why
take
can't I
it
get
from me.
one of those?
They could also combine this with like a Segway and have it like automatically take you around.
Oh no, dude! You gotta put a mount for a Segway on it, so you just get the little two-wheel thing in the back, and then when you sit on it, you got little bars that you pull.
What happened to all the old, were they called Segways? Is that what it was?
Hey, that's one of the big brands, wasn't it? I thought. Or was that
What?
Those, didn't those have
Yeah.
explosive volatile batteries that people definitely did not throw away properly?
Yeah, no, there's like landfills around the world filled with exploding Segway batteries, 100%.
Alien
The thing
battery.
is, Mr. Bird,
Oh, right, aliens. We're talking about
you
aliens.
live or die.
Aliens would be down with
You just
skidding,
gotta get
I'm
out of
pretty
my
sure.
Aliens love skidding. All they
Face
do
it.
is skid.
Templars lost.
How do they distinguish between talking about unidentified aerial phenomenon that are extraterrestrial versus like, I don't know, Bolivia made an airship that's different than anything we've ever seen or something?
Well, I think that's kind of the point of the classification, right? Initially, you get something and you're like, we don't know what this is. It's an unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then, you know, you look at photos or whatever and you're like, oh, actually, it's just a drone. But this one, they looked at it and they were like, oh, it's a big flying tic-tac.
Okay, so UFOs are still a thing, but UAPs are a section of UFO that's alien?
I would say it's the other way around.
Yeah.
UAPs encompass all UFOs because they're all, as they fly, they're airborne phenomenon that are unidentified. But all UAPs are not UFOs. There are other things that can be unidentified aerial phenomenon.
What if aliens can't fly and they just have really amazing slingshot technology? Like a rear effect.
Like an Angry Birds-based race.
I think I saw that, Angry Birds in Space. I do believe that was a documentary.
There's a planet way the hell far away just flinging red orbs around. Every once in a while we see one and astronomers are like, whoa! Is that a devil asteroid? Holy shit!
Well, tell me more. Go ahead, Mark.
With this tic-tac thing, that is a common theme that everyone seems to be. Which is interesting because we went from flying saucers to tic-tac shaped things. Now, why would there have been a shift in the general understood mentality of like a saucer versus a tic-tac shape? Because those are extremely different shapes. It is very unlikely that one would be mistaken for the other, and why suddenly, when there's actually like fighter jets encountering whatever these UAPs are, why are they suddenly in a tic-tac shape?
Well, maybe 70 years ago they were like the saucer shape, but they've been going so fast for so long it like stretched them out, and now they're tic-tac shaped from all the overuse.
He's got it.
I like to imagine that the way humans view UFOs is just a perfectly accurate timeline and history of the development of this other species spacecraft. So they used to have saucers, but then Glorplo developed a new kind of fusion drive, and it requires a different sort of radiation shield, and so they had to move to sort of a more oblong shape, and they got tired of the polished chrome look because that's a little much, so they went to more of like a matte, like, I don't know, maybe that's just how it works. Look at our spacecraft. Like, they haven't changed that much, if I'm honest. But if you go from like the early rockets to like the space shuttle, it's kind of interesting It's just an airplane strapped onto a rocket, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. They could have gone through technological advancement. I'm sure that they have discovered. Aliens surely embody the glory that is capitalism and have companies and corporations that are innovating and competing all year long.
Well, if they're that advanced, they probably don't, because their society still exists.
You don't think they have a fantastical billionaire named Leland Bluss who operates Space Y and makes very aesthetically pleasing interstellar spaceships while he poorly manages their Chirp Chirp app?
Well, they made most of their advancements when he was working with Glil Glades, but now that they're not working together anymore.
A lot of G's in this alien language. They really latched on to just a couple consonant sounds and stuck with them.
But the basics is most of what was talked about in these hearings, I believe, was just the idea that there was this reverse engineering program around recovered, crashed whatevers. They never said that they were definitively aliens. They never said they were definitively from another planet or anything like that. There was nothing definitive out there, but they did kind of definitize that there was a recovery program, which doesn't. What does that mean? Like,
Unsubstantiated by like official government statements or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, they basically did say the U.S. government is in possession of, I think, more than one crashed UAP ship of some sort, crashed item, whatever.
Yeah.
So they have wreckage and are doing the thing that they did in that Will Smith movie where they open it up and try and figure out how it works.
And then create a computer virus that could really just like bone over all of those super advanced alien computers, definitely, for sure.
Maybe that's why they're pill-shaped. It's like a bus or an airplane so they can have more passengers. Maybe we're the zoo for the aliens so they get on their little pill-shaped ships and they come and they fly by to see us.
Dude, that's a recurring nightmare that I have. You know the Futurama episode where Fry and Leela get the like free vacation to the planet that's like the pleasure planet where the robots are full service and they give you anything you want. They're actually just in an exhibit in a zoo where it's like the human exhibit on some other planet and some species. It's like the ape planet or the monkey planet, and they all go and walk through and see them doing stuff.
I mean, if there were aliens, they were here just to observe, why wouldn't they take some back just to be like, hey, look at these weirdos. Hey, look at those weirdos. And they got their hall of aliens here. Like, why not? We're the aliens to them.
Some of them would definitely be like those people, right, where you're like at the Grand Canyon and there's all these signs that are like, don't pick up rocks and take them with you. It destroys the environment. Some of them would be like, let's pull over by this cornfield and suck a couple hicks up with a tractor beam on our way out. No one will miss them.
I don't think they don't have a tractor beam after they blow a rope down. And they're like, come on! It's got a hook in the end and with like a Twinkie on the hook. And they're like, oh, go on, grab it. Got one! And then you yank it up really hard.
What if it's the car extended warranty people, and people that falter that are the ones that take that?
So all spam callers are from aliens? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not saying that.
Okay. Anyway, aliens. So you know what is alien? Octopi.
I think
me fucking eyes.
No. They're aliens.
Go on.
They're aliens. Okay?
Expound.
Oh, expound. Okay. I was making a statement. No. So octopus.
Pussies.
Octopussies.
Octopusi.
Octopusums.
So octopusums.
Alright guys, I'm gonna leave this stream here. As always, subscribe for more if you're new. I hope you all enjoyed this long ass stream that I've done of Odyssey, because I need to head to bed. So yeah, as always, I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.